Hi, Dan. This is Sean Kirkpatrick in Chambers. I'm just doing an audio check with you, please. If you could speak back to me, I just want to see where your audio's at.
Yes, Sean, I could hear you perfectly. Could you hear me okay?
Crystal clear. You bet. A little bit quiet, but other than that, we can help together. That's good.
Thank you.
Mayor Olivieri, this is Sean Kirkpatrick in Chambers. If we could do an audio check, please, just to check your level.
Hey, Sean, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Thanks very much.
Awesome, sorry.
So if we are ready to get started, I hereby call the council meeting for January 27th, 2026 to order. Please note that all is in attendance, Mayor Olivieri attending virtually. And can I get someone to make a motion to adopt the agenda for today's meeting? Councillor Mackay?
Good job. That the January 27, 2026 agenda be adopted as presented.
Perfect. And we will call for the vote. And that vote passes unanimously. So next we will, we'll go to our presentations, delegations, and appointments. So next we'll hear from the speakers that have signed up to speak for today's meeting, and we have a few here already. I just want to make note that you will have 5 minutes to speak, and at 5 minutes, your microphone will turn off by itself automatically. At 30 seconds, you'll hear a ding, like a bell, and that's just your warning that you have 30 seconds left to go. And just a gentle reminder that everyone in the public gallery, that in order to ensure proper decorum is maintained, there's no clapping or booing, of course, permitted in the council chambers. And so I think we have, is this Tony? Tony
Yes.
Druitt?
This is Al Henry, our president. So,
Thank you for being here today. So whenever you're ready, you can get started.
yeah, I'm the guy that comes with the technical, boring details. So apologies for that. Yeah, good morning. Anyway, our November presentation to council gave a general outline of Bless's overall purpose and activities. The following presentation is intended to give you a more detailed account of our current concerns regarding planning and development that may occur in the next year or so. Our prime concern is with what is being planned for the area south of Meadowview Drive. From Bless's perspective, this is the most significant development area in St. Albert. If it is planned and carried out in the correct fashion, it will become one of the most significant environmental areas of the whole Edmonton region. The current planning for Lakeview District primarily focuses on development of the two city-owned parcels in the northwest quadrant of Lakeview. In 2025, council approved borrowing something like $70 million to service those two parcels. A very important document entitled Neighborhood Plan C was posted on the city's website last summer. That plan's boundary covers several hundred acres all the way down to 137th Avenue. However, it only shows the details of the items that are needed to service the city's two parcels. And those details, though, do include on the south side of Meadowview Drive, two major stormwater facilities, a park site, and a large area of environmental reserve. We are very concerned that the detailed planning for those lakes, parks, trails, and environmental reserves in that area be carried out in an integrated fashion. It should be comprehensive rather than each item being designed in isolation. We suggest that an additional plan should now be prepared for the entire area between Meadowview Drive and the Big Lake shoreline. It should outline the details that would normally be provided in a neighborhood structure plan. It could also include the future Lois Hole Park boundary and the proposed upgrading of Carrot Creek. It should receive the same level of public review and scrutiny that was previously given to structure plans. We also suggest there needs to be full dialogue with the provincial planners who are currently revising their parks management plan. That plan specifies that the entire north shoreline of Big Lake be designated a special protection area. Bless will be having our annual meeting with the parks planners in February, and possible development of this area will be one of the main issues that will be on the agenda of that meeting. The northeast corner of Big Lake hosts several thousand migrating birds every spring and fall. The area can possibly include suitably camouflaged viewing blinds. However, it is essential that the natural areas be protected and public access to the shoreline be restricted. We feel it is very important that there now be full public involvement and scrutiny regarding what is being planned for this unique environmental location. We have a really good working relationship with the city planning and engineering personnel, and we'll be very pleased to meet with them and with you to share our views and suggestions. Thank you for the opportunity to give this update. And if you have any questions on what I've said, we'll be pleased to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Jewett. Do we have any questions? It looks like Councillor Mackay.
Good morning. Thank you. Thanks, Al, for coming as well, just to hold him up. The question I have is you referred to the meeting that Bless has with provincial officials. And what level are those provincial reps at? Are they just, where are they in the continuum?
It would be the main people that are doing the planning for Lois Hole Park and preparing their plan. It's called their parks overall planning document. Is very important. It specifies where the boundaries of, well, what the land use is going to be for all of the area. And one of the things that we'll be bringing up is the possibility that that shoreline, the north shoreline south of Meadowview, will eventually be included in the park. In fact, we've got some suggestions for where that boundary should be. It'll be somewhere between the land that's owned by the city of St. Albert and has the storm ponds and things like that on it, and the lake shoreline. And that's the sort of thing that we'll be discussing at the meeting. They are, I would say, medium level planners for the province.
Do you have a date set for that?
No, they are actually going to get back to us. The main woman that's organizing it is away this January. And so she's, when she comes back, they'll be setting a date. It'll likely be, and if somebody from the city would also like to come to that meeting, it would be very desirable. We think there should be that dialogue because both the municipality and the province are involved in what's building there, and they should be talking about what's being planned for the area.
Yeah, we'll have an opportunity to ask questions of administration afterwards. So maybe something that we can coordinate.
Okay.
Thank you. It doesn't look like there are any other questions. So thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you.
And council, were there any questions for administration arising from the presentation?
Do you want to do that now, or is there another presentation after?
I think the other speakers are related to the public hearing, to the best of our knowledge, Councillor.
Can I continue on then, Neil? I see you've got that. Yeah, I just follow up in relation to the, with the question I had asked Mr. Jewett around timing. Would we be interested in attending something like that if we got the invite?
I'd say we would certainly consider it.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Cortash?
Oh, that was quick, Councillor McKay. Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, could you please remind me, Mr. Fletcher, so we've got the West ASP and then the neighborhood area structure plan, or sorry, the neighborhood plan. So make sure I get all the terminology right here for Lakeview Business District. That neighborhood plan is what area does the neighborhood plan encompass? That's everything south of Township Road 540 all the way down to the storm water ponds that were referenced in the presentation, or is it just the city-owned portion?
Yeah, thank you, Council. I'll start and then certainly Mr. Slack can jump in with the team. A couple things. I think it is important to note that, Council's decision on investment of infrastructure is not related specifically to the city lands. It's to open up the entirety of, the Lakeview Business District. Just a bit of a correction, I think, in terms of that current investment. There's one complete neighborhood plan. These, again, reminder, council has approved the area structure plan for the west. The neighborhood plans then are administrative documents that flesh out the detailed internal design, right, in terms of servicing. That has been complete for the city-owned lands. And so the 170 acres, I think it is, up in the northwest corner of the overall Lakeview Business District has been complete. We're currently working on we'll call it a higher level neighborhood plan construct for the remainder of the Lakeview Business District lands. And so that's everything south of the Chiro development. So Giroux, and then all the way down to that small strip of developable land on the south end of Meadowview. And so that is being worked on. However, there's a tension there, right? Because developers will come in, whoever owns the land is going to have a specific use for it, and that's going to drive to some degree what they need to see in terms of that internal servicing. And so we need to be careful that we try to expedite the land use planning component of it and ultimately then the permitting, but at the same time not overly constrict potential users. Do you want to add anything, Mr. Slack?
No, okay. Sorry. So just so I'm clear then, the neighborhood plan C that's shown on the website, that neighborhood plan, even though the map on that neighborhood plan kind of show the whole area extending east and south of Big Lake, that neighborhood plan that's there is really specific to the city-owned lands. And then the one that's in development right now is going to be more of the rest of that area?
Correct, but not that the area south of, or I guess as it runs along Big Lake. So outside what we're talking about is a small developable strip to the immediate south of Meadowview Drive, right? And so we're not talking about the floodplain or any of the lands that sort of surround Big Lake.
But that small developable strip, that's going to be part of what's under development right now. And the neighborhood, and so that's the neighborhood plan process. And the neighborhood plan process does it have any level of public engagement or feedback, or is it strictly I think it's strictly administrative.
It's administrative. It does not have any formal public engagement. No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think that was it for questions. So we could move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the consent agenda. And so if I could get a motion to approve the consent agenda. Councillor Hughes?
Sure. That the recommendations in the following agenda reports be approved. 6.1, regular council meeting minutes of January 13th, 2026, and appointments to the Community Services Advisory Committee.
Thank you. We will call for the vote. And that vote passes unanimously. Just being mindful of the time, we have a public hearing that has to start promptly at 10 o'clock. So that is what, 17 minutes away, 16 minutes. Should we keep going?
I think ultimately up to council. If you wanted to start the council committee briefings, you could probably get through some of those in the next 10 minutes. And then I'd propose a 5-minute break before we start the public hearing to get oriented, if that's okay, Mayor. Or sorry, Chair.
Okay. Are we okay to do that? Yeah, yeah. Who wanted to go first? Okay, Councillor Clark.
Good morning, through you, Madam Chair. The Seniors Advisory Committee on January the 21st, Councillor Patrick and I met with the Senior Advisories Committee and new and returning members and the staff liaison. We, each one of us was asked to provide introductions, so we were able to have a fulsome discussion of where everyone has come from. Lori Jack was appointed by acclamation as the chair, and Charlene Firstday was appointed by acclamation as vice chair. The committee discussed and approved the final 2025 report, which is anticipated to come before council on February the 3rd. The committee has requested additional direction from council, just to be mindful of that, expressing a desire for greater involvement in initiatives. In response to that, I've asked the committee's input on several things, including Councillor Cortash's information request for potential fee-free access to Service Place for seniors over the age of 80, senior snow shoveling supports, and whether or not they can provide us with some information on that, as well as some potential input on a information request that I put forward, potentially changing the community standards bylaw with respect to residential snow clearing and the possible impacts on seniors, both positive and negative. The next meeting is scheduled for February the 19th, at which time I expect a fulsome discussion will take place on all of these topics. Tricia Boonstra advised that the nominations for the Seniors and Elders Service Awards are now open, and they will close on March the 1st of 2026. And this item will also be discussed in greater detail at the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Who would like to go next? Councillor Cortash?
Sure, thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have too much to update council on. We had our first environmental advisory committee meeting. Monique Vetch, sorry, apologies for the pronunciation, last name, was chosen as chair. And the committee reviewed some of what's happened over the last year for some of the new members. We don't have the work plan yet for the environmental advisory committee because we're going to hold off until after council's strategic plan in February, and then that'll be put together for EAC. We did have two excellent presentations, one on the new integrated pest management policy for the city. So I'm now fully prepared to field any questions regarding beavers or coyotes. It was actually, really, really well done policy, I think, and quite comprehensive that staff undertook. So we had an overview of that, as well as an overview of a lot of the energy efficiency steps that the city has taken in terms of climate change reduction. And so I think council received the integrated pest management. There was a SWOT memo about that. But yeah, that was our environmental advisory committee meeting. And then following council's strategic planning, we will put together the work plan for EAC.
Thank you. Councillor Hughes?
Actually, I don't have any committees that met this month yet. We are meeting for the Internal Audit Committee next month, and the Waste Committee has not yet scheduled a meeting yet. We meet quarterly. That's it. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Birmanski?
Thank you. Additionally, I have committees this week and next week, but I did have my Homeland Housing orientation with the group last week, and we did do the tour of the region of the different Homeland housing facilities, and that was quite interesting because the group was able to provide feedback and collect all sorts of data of what's done and what different facilities represent, and then we reviewed budget. So that was a big 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go to Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, thanks. I had a couple of meetings as it relates to my duties. Just going quickly to the policing committee, nothing much more to report other than we did have our first meeting with the new detachment commander, Inspector Aaron White, and we did have elections. And Mr. Bill Turnham is the new chair. And now we're just kind of working on some of the policing priorities. So that'll be coming at our next meeting. I did attend my first Edmonton Salutes. I had an orientation meeting, with the onboarding committee, and then I had my first actual meeting with the entire Edmonton Salutes committee. So nothing major to coming out of that meeting. It was very informative, though, very educational, and I can certainly see why previous members of council have really enjoyed their time on Edmonton Salutes. So I'm looking forward to continued involvement with that. Aero Utilities, my big orientation meeting is this Friday. As chair, though, I have attended a number of subcommittees, so that work continues as we start to onboard new committee members and start to move forward. So that's it for me.
Thank you. Mayor Olivieri, did you have anything?
Nothing major, just to mention, I also did meet with the new officer in charge for the RCMP detachment, which was fantastic. And he's looking forward to getting to know council and working closely with us on some of our priorities. So that's it.
Thank you. And for myself, we had a youth advisory council meeting and that went really well. They were very interested for me to bring back some feedback on today's public hearing. So I'll be having to take some notes and report back to them. They also were discussing ways that they could recruit youth to be on the committee because they use the Gazette right now and they use some social media, but they want to try to get out in the community. So we may see our youth advisory committee out at the Lifestyles Expo, which if they all don't have enough, they're in university. So it runs at the same time as some finals. So they're trying to figure out if they can make it. So that's really exciting that we might be able to see them out there. So that's all I had. And I think we have 9 minutes left, so maybe we'll go to break and we'll start the public hearing promptly at 10 o'clock. Okay. I hereby open the public hearing concerning bylaw 2-2026. Is there any council present who wishes to declare a conflict of interest or pecuniary interest with respect to this public hearing? No, we're good. Okay. So for today's public hearing, we will follow the procedures outlined in procedure bylaw 24-2022. First, we will hear from administration and then the public. Council may ask questions after each presenter has had the opportunity to speak. And in this case, the applicant is the city, and so they will have 10 minutes to speak, and members of the public will have up to 5 minutes to speak. Any written submissions that have been received after the stated cutoff time for inclusion in the agenda package may be read into the record verbally by the presenter or their delegate. When there is no further information to share from the public, administration, or the applicant, oh, sorry, we are the applicant, a motion will be made to close the public hearing. There will be no debate on this matter, nor a decision made on this matter until the public hearing is closed. Debate will occur on consideration of second or third readings of this bylaw, or upon consideration of this matter when it is next considered later in this meeting. And so now I will go to Mr. Fletcher for administration's presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just one small point. I know that normally the applicant would have 10 minutes. Administration's presentation is longer than 10 minutes, and that's okay from a procedural bylaw perspective. So thank you very much. Without, again, an important bylaw, I think Ms. Mahoney will probably offer some introductory remarks, but you know, this is related to, again, some housekeeping issues, but you know, some of the key elements related to the Housing Accelerator Fund priority that planning and development have been working through in conjunction with the federal government. And so without any further ado, I will turn it over to the team to bring us through the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. Good morning, members of council and members of the community. My name is Katie Mahoney, and I'm the manager for the planning branch here at the City of St. Albert. I am here with my planning colleagues, Mr. Craig Walker and Ms. Barb Dupuis. Today, we are presenting Bylaw 2-2026. The purpose of the city-initiated bylaw is to propose changes to the land use bylaw. This implementing bylaw is being brought forward for a decision of council. Before we get into the specifics of today's presentation, we're going to look at the overall planning framework and where we are within it. The slide displays the planning framework for the City of St. Albert. Today, we are looking at a land use bylaw amendment shown in pink towards the bottom. The land use bylaw is an existing document adopted by City Council. This enables development within city limits. As required by the Municipal Government Act, the land use bylaw covers a wide range of development regulations. In today's presentation, we're going to start off by talking about the Housing Accelerator Fund, or HAF as we call it, which is a key driver behind many of the proposed land use bylaw amendments. Then in detail, we'll go over 3 groupings of the proposed bylaw amendments, with 2 of the 3 stemming from Housing Accelerator Fund work, followed by an overview of statutory plan alignment, community engagement, and we will then conclude with our recommendations to council. Launched in 2023, the Housing Accelerator Fund is a $4.4 billion federal program to remove barriers to increase housing supply. Funds received must be used towards actions that meet identified community needs and support energy-efficient, climate-resilient communities. Housing diversity, affordability, and inclusivity are all important outcomes of this program. St. Albert was one of 241 communities across Canada that was successful in receiving HAF funding. Work associated with the city's HAF action plan and its 7 initiatives is currently underway. As you may remember, we started talking about the Housing Accelerator Fund in December, and today is that next step. in the conversation. Our Housing Accelerator Fund initiatives are closely monitored by the CMHC through regular meetings with planning administration and reporting. The city is required to meet project milestones, timelines, and report on alignment with projected housing targets. This determines eligibility for annual funding advances. And now I will pass the presentation on to my colleague, Ms. Dupuy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mahoney. The land use bylaw recently received a major rewrite, which was approved by council on October 15th, 2024. As part of that project, the team was monitoring the implementation of the regulations, and housekeeping was scheduled for approximately 1 year after approval to adjust or correct any items as needed. Today, we are going to be presenting 3 groups of proposed land use bylaw amendments. Housekeeping amendments, which are minor city-initiated updates and clarifications to the current land use bylaw. Established neighborhood overlay amendments, which are proposed changes to Schedule C of the land use bylaw. These changes respect the character of older neighborhoods while allowing for more flexible and practical redevelopment. And lastly, residential parking supply amendments, which are proposed changes to Part 4 of the land use bylaw. The goal of this initiative is to update parking supply requirements to better reflect actual demand, support housing affordability, housing diversity, and land efficiency. We will summarize the proposed housekeeping changes first. The housekeeping portion of the amendments has minor tweaks throughout most portions of the land use bylaw. Some of the changes that we are proposing today include adjusting figures and maps for greater clarity. We are updating the Schedule A maps to illustrate new lots, neighborhood boundaries, road names, and the change to the PPI district abbreviation. We are proposing to change some definitions, including revising wording for animal services, cannabis production and distribution facilities, livestock, private pools, and townhousing. We are also proposing to add new definitions for hot tubs and the municipal development plan. And we are proposing to remove the definition for indirect lighting. We're proposing revisions to correct numbering, punctuation, and grammar issues. We are adding clarification on subdivision application procedures, including how completeness is determined and the review timelines in Part 2. We're proposing to add a new rule that requires buildings 50 meters or greater in height to undergo an urban design review, which looks at how the building fits with surrounding development. This change would impact tall buildings in any area of the city. And for context, a 50-meter building could be between 14 or 15 stories, depending on the height of the ceilings within the structure. For consistency with other low-density residential districts, we are proposing changes to ensure that garage and garden suites are options in the future urban development district, and that a public utility building is an option in the transitional district. We are proposing that group homes be added to Area C of the Midtown District to be consistent with our other residential districts in St. Albert. For a full overview of each change, please either consult the red line of the land use bylaw, which is attachment 2 with your council package, or the rationale document that we have prepared, which is attachment 3 with your council package. And as part of this housekeeping amendment, we also have one proposed redistricting, which is located in the northwest portion of the city, just north of Villeneuve Road and west of Walmart. The city-owned land is a portion of an existing stormwater management facility. It's currently districted the Trail Corridor Commercial District, but we are proposing to redistrict the land to the Public Park District to match the use of the parcel. The other portion of that stormwater facility is currently districted Public Park, and this redistricting will ensure that the districts match. We did do a mail out for this file for properties within 100 meters of the proposal. We sent about 71 letters to parcels surrounding the stormwater management facility. 2 public responses were received. However, no concerns with the proposed redistricting were received by staff. Now I will hand the presentation off to Mr. Walker to discuss the HAF initiatives.
Thank you, Ms. Dupuy, and again, good morning, City Council. So at Standing Committee of the Whole back in December, you'll recall that administration briefed council on all 7 of the Housing Accelerator Fund initiatives and explained how they each work together from slightly different angles to address increasing housing affordability, diversity, and supply. So the two, again, out of seven, the two initiatives that relate to today's land use bylaw amendments are the relatively minor ones in nature and involve simplifying the established neighborhood overlay and right-sizing a few parking supply regulations. Let's begin with the proposed established neighborhood overlay amendments, also known as the Quick Wins Initiative. So let's start with what is the established neighborhood overlay? So as a refresher, the established neighborhood overlay is an existing schedule within the land use bylaw. It was originally introduced back in 2006 and is a supplemental layer of regulations that are applied to properties within the pink boundaries of the screen here, in addition to the usual low-density residential regulations. So just for clarification, City Council, the homes in the outer areas, whether that's in Oakmont, a Northridge or a Heritage Lakes, these are all predominantly districted as low-density residential. Within the established neighborhoods inside the pink boundaries now, whether that's a Mission, a Braeside, or an Ainsdale, those two are also predominantly districted as low-density residential. But unlike the outer neighborhoods, these inner neighborhoods are also subject to the regulations of the established neighborhood overlay, not just low-density residential. And we're going to outline why that's presenting some challenges. The reason the established neighborhood overlay was originally introduced was to support compatible scales of adjacent development and to avoid disjointed streetscapes in areas where older homes were starting to see more redevelopment. However, over the last 20 years, obviously residents' housing needs have evolved, and accordingly, the established neighborhood overlay is in need of some evolution too, based upon the experiences of administration, feedback from the community, socioeconomic considerations, and the like. The proposed changes involve removing contextual rules. So we propose to do this by using consistent development regulations instead of site-specific calculations that previously relied on neighboring properties for calculation. On the next slide, we're going to show you an example of what we mean by that. The proposed changes also involve supporting modern renovations. We propose to do that by slightly increasing the allowed height and floor area to make it easier to update older homes. For example, like adding a second story to a bungalow as demographics, family needs evolve. We have a slide coming up to demonstrate what we mean by that too, but perhaps just for a second, I'll clarify that when we talk about increasing the height and floor area, they are still limited by the regulations in the low density residential district. So we're not talking about above and beyond the low density residential district. It would be consistent with that maximum. The proposed changes also involve providing greater flexibility for garage placements on corner lots, streamlining decision-making processes, and reducing duplication. So let's get to a few examples here. And again, this builds upon the conversation we started at Standing Committee of the Whole back in December. So one example of the kind of change we're looking to propose here is in section C1 sub 1B. And to paraphrase the regulation, it says that the established neighborhood overlay regulations would apply if the height of an existing dwelling were to increase by greater than or equal to 1.5 meters, about half a story, maybe even a little bit less than half a story. So to illustrate this, simple diagram, so we have a bungalow here. If the proposed height increase exceeded 1.5 meters, all of the rules and regulations of the established neighborhood overlay, along with some of the complexities and uncertainties of approval, would apply to that project. So in this hypothetical example here, where a resident was looking to add a second story, they may not be able to do that. It would depend upon the neighboring properties, for example, and we'll get into some of those details in the following slides. So you may or may not be able to do this. Depends on the neighbor. We're looking to address that. The way we're looking to address this particular one is on the right here. We're looking to change that 1.5 meter threshold to 3.66 meters. It's very specific. because it's reflective of 12 feet. So that's equivalent to a full story with adequate ceiling heights that align with today's standards. If that were to be the rule, same situation, you got the bungalow, that threshold is increased to 3.66 meters. Now that resident could pursue that second story without the uncertainty and complexity and potential compromises that the established neighborhood overlay would necessitate. And again, this is what is already allowed in all of the outer neighborhoods. It's just these inner neighborhoods, those established neighborhoods, where these established neighborhood overlay regulations can tend to trip up our applicants, again, depending on the neighbor. I shouldn't say the neighbor, the structure on the neighboring properties. As another example, we're looking to address lot coverage. So in section C5 here, to paraphrase the regulation, it says that the lot coverage maximum on your lot can only be up to 10% beyond whatever the neighbor's lot coverage is. So to illustrate this, here we have a hypothetical example. This could be any property on just about any established neighborhood. So if you were the applicant of that house in the middle and you wanted to add a extension to your house and you want to know what the rules are, first of all, you don't know because you would need one of our development officers to actually pull data on that neighboring property. Once they do that, and there is a fee associated with that, in this example, we've calculated that the area of the dwelling and the detached garage there equates to 22%. If your lot coverage now can be 10% beyond that, your maximum lot coverage for your house on the middle property there could be up to 32%. So in this hypothetical example we'll show you here, if you're looking to add, say, a 400 square foot addition to your house, we would calculate that the lot coverage for that particular property would be 37%. Well, that's 5% over what the established neighborhood overlay is requiring. That 400 square foot addition would not be allowed. So to address that, we're looking to simply defer to the low density residential district. In other words, we're saying that a lot in a Mission or a Braeside or an Ainsdale should be created equivalent to a lot in an Oakmont or a Northridge or a Heritage Lakes, for example. In that low density residential district, which also applies to all of the established neighborhood overlay, of course, it's really the neighboring contextual regulations that are the challenge here. The low density residential district allows just a standard 40% lot coverage. So to demonstrate this, here we've got the exact same scenario here. This time, we don't need to look at the neighboring properties. It's irrelevant with respect to this property owner's development opportunities. Instead, we look at the lot area. So we're saying in this case, it's 7,000 square feet. 40% of 70,000 square feet means you could have up to 2,800 square feet lot coverage. If you're still following with me, basically the takeaway here is now if you're wanting to pursue that 400 square foot addition, we would calculate that the lot coverage, it's also 37%, like the example on the left, but now you're still 3% under what the low density residential district allows, and you could pursue that fairly minor 400 square foot addition in the same manner as the Oakmont or the Heritage Lakes or the Northridge property owners could. And I'll add to that in the same manner as properties within the established neighborhoods could too, depending on how big the structure is next door to them. So we're just looking to standardize this a bit more. To summarize some of the other key changes, in section C1, currently an infill review is required to determine the building pocket. So that does necessitate a fee. And again, I alluded to this previously, whereby before an applicant can even submit an application, before they can even design their addition or their house, they need our development officer's assistance to calculate and pull data on neighboring properties. It's not just one property, it's all of the neighboring properties on either side. With these proposed changes, as you see on the right, the infill review is no longer required because the regulations are standardized. Moving down to the second row in subsection 6, there's a regulation, I'm paraphrasing here, but if the neighbor's house is under 6 meters, so certain styles of bungalows, the maximum height for the neighboring property owner would be 9.5 meters. So that makes it very challenging to add a second story unless perhaps ceiling heights were compromised, the roof pitch were compromised, and it's just impractical today versus what it was 20 years ago. What we're proposing on the right is once again to just take away that neighboring context-based regulation and just defer to the low-density residential district, just like that same property owner could do for the exact same bungalow if it was located in Northridge or Heritage Lakes or Oakmont. That allows a maximum height of 11 meters, possibly 12 in a few nuanced circumstances if there's, for example, a walkout, a drive-under garage, solar panels, etc. And again, the implication there is that you could add a full second story with conventional present-day ceiling heights as per current industry norms. One final example down in subsection 11, it regulates the rear yard setbacks in the established neighborhoods. And once again, the setback depends on the neighboring property. So once our development officer calculates that for you, it is just challenging to interpret and it is impractical. Even though that neighboring property, realistically within a generation, that bungalow, or many of them at least, are also likely to undergo redevelopment. We're looking to, as alluded to on the right, just simply defer to the underlying low-density residential district, which requires a minimum of 6 meters if there's an attached garage, 4.5 meters if there's a attached garage on corner lots, and 10 meters in all other cases. A lot of detail there, but essentially this is just consistent with what's already being tried and tested in the low-density residential district, which applies to 50% of St. Albert's existing built-up land area. The implication is that would allow more viable, practical, and flexible development options in the rear yard. And it's noteworthy, City Council, just to mention here that when the City of Edmonton rewrote their own land use bylaw, also known as their zoning bylaw, a few years ago, they completely retired their equivalent overlay. It was called the Mature Neighborhood Overlay, very similar in its function, form, intended outcomes, and red tape too. And so in their situation, they decided to just retire it. Here, administration isn't looking to swing the pendulum that far. We're just looking to simplify these regulations in a manner that carefully balances the streetscape, the character of established neighborhoods, balanced with the realities of today's real estate market norms desired by our residents. And again, what this really does, it doesn't change anything per se. It is just relaxing the established neighborhood overlay regulations so that the low density residential district that already regulates opportunities in these areas, it makes them easier to pursue in these established neighborhoods. To summarize some of the feedback now, about this time last year, we sent a questionnaire to targeted representatives of the infill building and development industry that have a bit of experience navigating this overlay. Some of the feedback included the regulations being unclear, repetitive, and impractical, along the lines of what administration is attempting to outline today. Some suggested removing the established neighborhood overlay completely in the same manner that Edmonton did. Some referenced the need for greater parity between infill and greenfield development to prevent suburban sprawl. Essentially, they're saying if there's more certainty in greenfield developments, private industry is going to go where they have more certainty versus infill, where some of these surprises can certainly be problematic. In addition to that targeted questionnaire, we had a public open house back in the fall at Service Place. In general, there was support for increasing housing options and affordability. Based upon stories in the media that were prevalent at the time, we did hear concerns about eightplexes, which of course was Edmonton's approach only, but we did hear that creep into the conversation. Again, not something that relates to what we're proposing today at all. And one developer who attended the open house had raised concerns about drainage-related engineering requirements that sometimes make infill unviable in certain contexts. Again, engineering requirements are not something we're addressing as part of this so-called Quick Wins initiative. We certainly do take their comments on board, and we'll have that conversation at the appropriate time as part of another project later this year. Moving on now, Council, to the residential parking supply amendments. Just to set the stage, so again, back at Standing Committee of the Whole back in December, administration referenced the actual costs of developing parking lots, which depending upon multiple factors can run around $10,000 per space for surface parking or 45 grand or more for underground parking. And those are just the capital costs. That isn't even considered maintenance. So along those lines, and based upon the literature, right-sizing parking lots can translate into a 10 to 20% cost reduction for certain kinds of housing. And so accordingly, administration wanted to explore this further. So back at that meeting in November, you've seen the slide before. I had mentioned that parking is never free. Even when you park for free, it's not actually free. Somebody paid for it. And with this simple diagram here in the bottom left corner, we see two identical low-rise apartment buildings. Each scenario has 14 vehicles. The difference is the diagram on the left, that municipality required too many parking spaces. So about a third of them, a third of those parking stalls overnight, when the majority of people are home, sit underutilized. That costs money for the developer to purchase additional land, to pave the parking lot or to put it underground, and ultimately it adds costs as represented by the dollar signs there. Alternatively, the diagram on the right, there's still 14 cars there. It's the same apartment building, but that municipality better right-size the minimum parking supply. So you can see there's a better match of the supply and the demand. So not only can that developer proceed with that project on a smaller property, it means there's now more land for other uses elsewhere, which also translates into more revenue for the city through tax assessment. So it is a win-win, we would submit, for the developer, the city, and residents alike. So we had retained a consultant that they are on the call here to answer any questions, but they examined St. Albert's residential parking supply requirements and compared them with other municipalities. Not only that, but they actually went out on site and measured the actual parking lot usage at 10 apartment sites across St. Albert and undertook a literature and technical review. Before this parking regulation study, a lot of work went into right-sizing parking supply regulations back in 2024 through the broader land use bylaw update. Fast forward now about a year or so, and the Housing Accelerator Fund project was a good opportunity to introduce a few final minor adjustments in keeping with best practices, industry standards, and of course the data collection from this parking study. So the regulations up in the screen here, you saw this back at committee. They were detailed in your agenda package. And of course, we've also attached the entire parking regulation study from our consultant, WSP. What we want to do now, though, is as one of you mentioned at that committee meeting, we want to take you through a few examples to show you what this could look like with a little more context. So I'm going to walk you through an example of a hypothetical 100-unit apartment building. We picked 100 because it's a simple round number for discussion purposes, just for general reference to help you picture what this might look like. Some of you may know the Gateway Square apartment buildings on Grange Drive. That's right behind the Fire Hall number 1. That one has 77 units, if that gives you a bit of scale. So in this example of 100 units, and we're going to presume 90 of them are just conventional market available units, and we're going to say 10 of them are affordable non-market units. So currently, the regulations in blue on the left, the regulations require one parking space for every market unit. If there's 90 of them, you need 90 spaces there. As highlighted in yellow, we're looking to shave that number down from 1 space per unit to 0.9 of a space per unit. So again, there's 90 of them. You do the math, there's now 81 spaces required. And again, these are minimums. Developers still have the opportunity to provide the number that they see as appropriate for their target customer. We're just looking to get the minimums right. In addition to that, the land use bylaw, no changes here. So before and after, the requirement is 0.6 of a parking space for every affordable non-market unit. There's 10 of them. You need another 6 spaces in the current and proposed scenario. And then we've also just tweaked the visitor equation slightly. Currently, as you see on the left, we require 1 visitor parking space per 7 apartment units of all types. So market, non-market, you would need 15 parking stalls. On the right, we're looking to keep that 1 visitor space per 7 market units. There'd be 90 of them. You would need 13 stalls. We're looking to very slightly lower the visitor parking space for the non-market affordable units based upon the data and the parking study and the best practices to 1 space per 10 units. So you're still getting 14 combined visitor spaces instead of the 15. You sum it all up, currently 111 spaces would be required. Afterwards, as a minimum, it would go down to 101 spaces, excuse me. So what might that look like financially? We can't control what the market will do, what developers will do, but in terms of the cost saving potential, again, based on the numbers we guesstimated at $45,000 per underground space, if there were 10 of them, there's potential savings there of approaching $500,000, 450,000 to be precise. If those 10 saved parking spaces were surface parking stalls, there's a potential to save $100,000. So again, this is just another tool in our toolkit to help address housing affordability, supply, and diversity. Before I move on, I'll just mention as well that this differs from the City of Edmonton's approach, where like the established neighborhood overlay, they completely got rid of their mature neighborhood overlay. Likewise, when they rewrote their zoning bylaw, they completely got rid of parking minimums. So in Edmonton has completely got out of the business, if you like, of regulating parking. They entrust the development industry to provide parking that they feel is best appropriate for their target customer base. Once again, we're not looking to swing the pendulum that far here, but make these very minor adjustments to the minimums based upon data, best practices, and what we're hearing from private industry. One more example. We're going to talk about a 4-plex townhouse now. And before we get into this one, I want to just clarify what type of housing we're actually talking about here and where they're allowed and where they're not allowed. So in the land use bylaw, we've got 3 development opportunities that sound quite similar on paper, yet they're quite a bit different, including a term called townhouse single, townhouse complex, and townhouse plex, just to confuse you. Today, we're just talking about the last one, the townhouse plex, perhaps more commonly referred to as a triplex or a 4-plex. So we got a simple diagram up on the street here just to illustrate what this looks like. We're talking about a single lot highlighted in red with a single building broken down into 3 units for a triplex, or as you see here, 4 units for a 4-plex, typically with a detached garage as well, which you can see in the far left. So these have been quite popular, especially in other municipalities. In St. Albert, not so much. Here, this type of housing product is only allowed if it's a corner lot. Furthermore, it has to have a lane. And furthermore, these are merely discretionary development opportunities in our low-density residential district. And they are permitted uses in the laned lot residential district, which tends to predominantly apply to our newer greenfield suburban communities. So this is a much needed housing product across St. Albert, indeed across the entire country, for people looking to downsize, age in place, for first-time buyers and others. Per unit, just to demonstrate, these kinds of townhouses can be up to half the price of a single detached dwelling, yet we don't actually have a single one of these in St. Albert. So these are quite literally missing middle in the truest sense of the word. And what we've heard from the development industry is that one of their challenges is that even if they had a suitable property that had the corner lot, the lane, and they got a permit for either a permitted or discretionary use, they can't satisfy the parking regulations. So sure enough, the parking supply that was in your package from our consultant did reveal that St. Albert is not in keeping with some of the best practices in other jurisdictions. So that was my introduction to this housing product, because I think it's an important one just to set the stage and just to clarify what we're talking about and what we're not talking about. So currently, in blue on the left, the land use bylaw requires 2 spaces for each of these townhouse units. So if you have a 4-plex here, you would need to fit 8 units on this site. As illustrated here, there's room, if I can get my mouse cursor up. There we go. As illustrated conceptually with the garage here, there is room for perhaps 4 vehicles, in each of which would be in its own enclosed 4-plex style attached garage, or detached garage, I should say. We're looking to change that from 2 spaces per unit down to 1 space per unit, based upon the precedents in other municipalities requiring just 4 spaces. Of course, in St. Albert's context, because these are only allowed on a corner lot, there is double the street frontage for accommodating other vehicles and their visitors. Another thing we'll point out is that if we were looking not at a 4-plex townhouse, but we were looking at 4 units in a different kind of configuration, for example, if there were 2 side-by-side semi-detached dwellings and each of them had a basement suite, so there's still 4 units, the land use bylaw already requires just 4 spaces. If it's a 4-plex townhouse, we're requiring double that amount. And that's one of the reasons we don't have a single one of these homes in St. Albert. So this is what we want to bring to City Council's attention. So in terms of plan alignment, whenever administration brings forward any proposal to City Council, one of the key lenses we look through is the municipal development plan. So these policies were all listed in attachment 5. We did share them at the standing committee presentation back in the fall, so I won't read through them all again, but in paraphrase, these amendments strongly align, we would submit, with municipal development plan direction regarding housing diversity, housing supply, housing affordability, parking reforms, and similar themes. So that is our overview of proposed bylaw 2/2026. And so just to summarize, Madam Chair, to attempt to pull this all together, notwithstanding a 400-page report, this is a bylaw that we hoped to demonstrate to you today is predominantly related to mostly minor amendments that involve housekeeping, simplifying the established neighborhood overlay so that the low density district can be all that it could be and should be, and right-sizing a few select parking supply regulations that really apply to a few niche housing products in very niche, limited areas. Accordingly, upon closure of the public hearing today, we're recommending that all 3 readings be given to the bylaw as presented. And with that, thank you, and back to you, Councillor Patrick.
Thank you. Mr. Fletcher, do we go to public submissions now, or do we go to questions with council?
Yeah, questions for administration first, Councillor.
Okay, so yeah, if we have any, we have a question from Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Mr. Fletcher, your staff were excellent. I just want to give a shout out also to the material prepared. I thought it was extremely in-depth, and it certainly additional kind of layers made answered a lot of my questions, but I still just have a couple that maybe just are clarifications and just confirmation, really. So when we're talking about established neighborhood overlay, we're not talking about new uses. We're not talking about increasing density or anything like that. It's pretty much just saying the same.
Through the chair to Councillor Mackay, 100%. Yet again, the vast majority of properties with any kind of low density product are districted and regulated by the low density residential district. Within that so-called pink area of the map, the established neighborhoods, there's an additional layer of regulations that apply depending on the neighbor. So in some contexts, you could simply treat that property, even in established neighborhoods, as you would any other low density residential property. But it depends on the neighbor, and we're looking to address those challenges through these mostly minor tweaks.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think when we talk about changes, particularly to established neighborhoods, they're going to worry about what they're seeing to our neighbors to the south. And when we establish these things, we're talking about establishing character in neighborhoods. So all these, and this is my word, not yours, these tweaks that we're trying to do, these modernization efforts, really, we're not talking about changing the neighborhood character in any of these. So can you explain or reassure me that the neighborhood character in our established neighborhoods are protected under these tweaks?
Certainly, Councillor Mackay, and I'll take a stab at it, and I'll also perhaps put my colleague Chelsea Thompson, who's one of our development officers, I'll put her on standby on the Zoom call to supplement. Essentially, Councillor Mackay, I would respectfully submit that a good land use bylaw enables variety and order. These changes do just that. None of the permitted or discretionary uses are changing. None of the maximum heights, setbacks, floor area, or similar considerations that are already in the low density residential district are changing. In fact, nothing in the low density residential district is changing. We're just looking to defer out of the established neighborhood overlay where residents are getting stuck. And when I say stuck, their desired new build or potentially an expansion, it becomes unviable. When you're looking to build something and you can't go beyond the footprint of the bungalow that was perhaps built many decades ago, that becomes unfeasible. So it's easier for whether it's a resident or a developer to just go to a greenfield area, or again, the Oakmonts or Heritage Lakes or Northridges, where the low density residential is low density residential. These changes, again, I think I termed it by saying we're looking to free up the low density residential district so that it can be all that it could be and should be. There is one exception, and that is the front yard setback, where it will still look at the average of neighboring properties. My colleague, Ms. Thompson, could speak to that more eloquently than I, but that's what's going to ensure that compatible streetscape. But otherwise, all of the permitted and discretionary uses that are already allowed in low density residential are not changing. Certainly no eightplexes or other surprises that would be precipitated as a byproduct of these amendments.
And maybe if I could just dovetail onto that. So again, as you heard the team say, administration is not proposing eliminating the overlay, right? And so the overlay still exists to preserve the character of those established neighborhoods. What we're really looking to do is achieve a level of consistency across the entirety of St. Albert, right, as it relates to the low density residential, and increase the flexibility that folks have and decrease, honestly, the amount of red tape that they have to navigate to make, improvements to their homes and properties.
My last question, because I don't want to dominate the whole time. And I know other members of the council will ask specific questions related to other issues. I guess my last question, and it might be the biggest one, is the linkage between the Housing Accelerator funding that the federal government has given us and these 7 initiatives, and these are just 2. By not moving forward with these 2, your backgrounder identified that there's certain financial risks associated to that. Just a quick Google search has identified last week, for instance, that Red Deer had their $12 million funding taken back. Toronto had $10 million reduced. Tecumseh, Ontario lost all of their funding. And this is kind of a pie in the sky question, but are there tangible risks to our community to lose all of our funding, part of our funding? Do we even know? I mean, I know it's out of our hands if the federal government could do it, but by not approving these amendments, are we going to lose our funding?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Mackay. We have had preliminary discussions with CMHC regarding this matter, and we can confirm that should council not approve these proposed land use bylaw changes, as it is part of our Housing Accelerator Fund action plan, we would be deemed in contravention of that agreement, and this would jeopardize our second installment of funding.
Just for clarification, so what did we get in our first installment? 3.2 million, a little less?
Thank you for the question. To our understanding, it would impact the second installment of funding. We would have to confirm that, though, with CMHC, whether it would impact previous funding we have received to date. To date, we have received approximately $2.9 million, and our second installment is anticipated to be around $2.9 million as well.
So we're not anticipating having to repay back the first installment, just to get that out on the floor. We don't know, or could they grab that back?
We would have to confirm that with CMHC.
Yeah, I'm just going on what I've just managed to look back at through reports, and for some, they've actually said, no, you have to pay it all back. And so a lot of communities haven't actually even really started using their fund until they made these land use changes. But where I'm concerned is if we would have to give back or the first draft, even though and just for clarification, then we have 7 initiatives. These are 2. We had some e-permitting and all that. So, I mean, those things, there are some costs already that we have moved forward with some of those initiatives, correct?
We have a very detailed accounting of, what the money has been spent on to date and what hasn't been spent. So I mean, the team can tell you down to the penny where we sit. At the end of the day, this still remains council's decision space, right? And so, we would navigate what that looks like. I think what you've seen in Red Deer was some pretty significant decisions by councils not to proceed with some pretty major muscle movements that have resulted in CMHC indicating that, they weren't willing to fund that piece. In this instance, as we look at 2 of the overall initiatives, that discussion would had to be, discussed. But I don't think, because some of the initiatives, the money's been spent on and have come to fruition, right? And so that's achieved the aim. I think those are safe, right? It would be those future initiatives and the next installment of funding that would be the discussion.
Yeah, and again, I guess my searches are really high level and there's no real detail in them. But I mean, Oakville had to return $1.28 million of dollars they'd already spent. So again, these are probably specific to individual cases, and I obviously have a magic ball as to how the federal government would handle it, but I just want us to be alive to the fact that potentially there's a significant risk here.
I think that's a correct characterization. That there is a risk the federal government, will sort of cease the program and cease the agreement with St. Albert. Again, I think it's commendable. The team has been very deliberate in terms of how they've tracked and spent the money to date.
Thank you. We'll move over to Councillor Kortash.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, just want to commend the team for the work that was done on this. There's a lot of detail, and I think you've done an excellent job presenting that and trying to make sense of it. So thank you for that. I want to follow up on Councillor Mackay's questions here. I think in response to one of his questions, you'd indicated that this was part, or some of these changes were part of our action plan or part of what had been applied for. And so maybe just a little bit of background in terms of what was their direction by council given to apply for that grant, or what were sort of some of the expectations at the forefront, understanding that this is still council's decision, but was there sort of an anticipation that we were open to making changes to the parking and the established neighborhood overlay, or is this, what was the direction by council initially?
Yeah, thank you very much. So as previous council, there was a discussion about it with the potential implications of it. Council at the time was very clear that they did not commit to what those decisions would be, but they were open to having that discussion and applying to the program to take a look at the analysis and what it could look like. But to be very clear, council did not say we will commit to approve all these things. They did say, please go ahead and look at it, and we will commit to considering all these things.
Thank you. And in terms of approval today and amendments and that type of thing, is it a question of whether is it a time factor? So if we don't approve this by the end of January, then we have to have that conversation with CMHC, or is there an opportunity if we want to make amendments, if we're still, end up approving some of it, but just not today? Is that a different conversation with CMHC? What is I guess what I'm asking is there an opportunity to go back to CMHC saying, hey, we've got an election, we've got a new council, we've got this just came before us today and we're going to make some changes. It's not a no, but we just need to defer it. Is there an opportunity to negotiate that with CMHC?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. The team could certainly jump in on this. Again, I'm loath to put words into the federal government's mouth, right? But our recommendation would be, if as example, and I'll just sort of spitball a little bit if you'll permit me, you go today and there are a number of amendments brought forward, right, that we then have to go away and do some work on. Those amendments would then be scheduled for I think it's February 3rd is the next council meeting, right? The conversation with CMHC to say, hey, council's wants to consider a number of things, right? And it's going to be a delay of a matter of 2 weeks is probably very different than council doesn't want to participate in the Housing Accelerator Fund. I can't 100% tell you what the answer would be. The team could certainly jump in with some additional context if they wish, but I think those are two sort of nuanced, different conversations.
Okay. Thank you. Now, with respect to some of the actual changes, I guess I'll go through them in the same order they were presented. Then in terms of some of the housekeeping ones, I had a question about one of the changes for the mandatory urban design review. And so that's being required now as part of the change for any building 50 meters or over. And just wondering if you could give me some context behind why that number was chosen. And then we also have some buildings in St. Albert that might not reach the 50-meter height requirement, but are massive in terms of the width of the building. And so that in my way of thinking could certainly benefit from a mandatory urban design review. And so why just height and not mass, and how was that number arrived at?
Thank you for the question. So in terms of an urban design review, we can actually ask for one of those for any building of any height, of any scale. So if something comes in that has a sheer wall with no building undulations, no proposed color differences, no balconies, no nothing, we can ask for an urban design review for that building. We wanted to put one clear concrete criteria in as sort of a notification to our development industry that any of those very, very tall proposals, we want an urban design review for those, and that they should adequately prepare for both the time and financial commitment, because there is a fee for that service. And so we chose the 50 meters. A lot of our districts do not reach that height. We do have some special projects that are approved on Schedule D that are within that boundary, so those would be bound to an urban design review. Most of the projects, even in downtown, we've allowed up to 46 meters in some area, so we chose a number that was just above that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so for buildings below that, as I understand it, then it's at the discretion of the development officer on whether or not that review is required?
Yes, that is correct. It's at the discretion of the Development Authority as to whether an urban design review would need to be submitted to the city.
Okay, thank you. Just in other housekeeping items, the election signs. I had a question about the election signs, removing all of that from the bylaw. And the report references that it's to align with the Election Act, and just wondering how if we're no longer regulating election signs, how that change came about.
Thanks for the question. So within the past few months, the provincial government made changes to the Provincial Election Act, which the Election Act speaks to provincial elections. And in that legislation, they added a section that says that notwithstanding everything else that's written in the MGA or the Local Authorities Election Act, municipal councils can no longer place regulations on provincial election signs. So in our land use bylaw and in our traffic bylaw, we have election sign regulations that apply to all elections. So in this amendment, we are taking out the provincial aspect because we're no longer allowed to regulate provincial election signs due to the change that was made by the province, but it will still apply to federal elections and municipal elections.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. With respect to the neighborhood overlay, I'm looking for some clarification on heights of houses. And so, Mr. Walker, during your presentation, you said 1.5 meters is about half a story, 3 meters is about a story. And so if we remove the established neighborhood overlay, buildings of up to 11 meters or 12 meters if they have an underground garage would be required. By my math, that's a 3.5 story building on a like 11 meters. 3 meters is 1 story, right? 11 meters would be 3 stories. So explain the numbers to me, the heights of the buildings.
Thank you, Councillor Cortash. And once again, I'll perhaps put Ms. Thompson on standby on Zoom here, but typically that would accommodate present day 2-story home with a basement. The 3-story potential would typically be limited to if it had a walkout into the rear yard. From the front of the home, it would certainly appear like a typical 2-story house. Ms. Thompson, who can speak much more eloquently than I, are you on the call, Ms. Thompson?
Hi, yes, thank you. Councillor Cortash, I can add a little bit to this. So, I mean, there's several factors in regards to the stories and what could be built. So obviously, you know, if the builder or the homeowner wants to do, you know, 10-foot ceilings or something like that, you're going to calculate in your 10-foot ceiling height. Plus, you have to remember that you're going to have the floor construction, et cetera. It'll also depend on the pitch of roof that they want. So if someone wanted quite an estate style 8-12 versus something lower pitched or even flat, obviously they're going to maximize their livable space. If they do a basement or no basement, that also factors into the height. Some people will try to utilize the attic for like a man cave or an office and things like that. If someone really, you know, depending on the lot, you're looking, you know, 2.5 stories. Someone could do 8 foot and potentially get a 3-story, but I mean, we're talking, there's no basement out of the ground. It's a flat roof, minimum stories each. But for the most part, you're looking at 2 stories. Your typical homes you're going to find in like Jensen Lakes, et cetera. Most of the 2 stories in there are coming in around 10 and a little bit over 10.2, 10.3 meters in total. So that's a today's version of a 2-story.
Okay, so typical 2-story, 10.5 meters or so.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
So what this would allow, these proposed changes would allow, there's obviously some of the older bungalows in some of the older neighborhoods might be, I don't even want to guess, but like 3 meters. They're not very, some of them are really short. And this would potentially allow for somebody to do a 10.5, 11-story house similar to what we see in the newer areas next to that type of development, correct? That's my understanding.
Yes, Councillor Cortash, that is correct. And just, you know, from building trends, et cetera, you're going to find like new bungalows, for example, a lot of them are coming in even now more, you know, close to 8 8.5. And that's just a bungalow. It's just because everyone wants higher ceilings and the construction, the basements out of the ground more for bigger windows, et cetera.
Okay, thank you very much. Section 3.696 talks about duplexes and secondary suites. So I think this might have been one of the housekeeping items that I missed, but if it's a duplex and it requires or has a detached garage, do the detached garages have to be joined like the duplex, or can you have a duplex that has two separate garages on site? Do you know what you look confused by my question? So duplex, what does it say here? I have to find the section of the bylaw, but yeah, the duplex, you've got a duplex that's a single lot, right? Single owner. That's my understanding of the difference in duplex, semi-detached, but duplex can have two separate garages for each dwelling unit, or do they have to be conjoined like the duplex?
Oh, sorry, I'll take this. I wasn't sure who was being asked. So for the most part with a duplex, in order to maximize or utilize the lot best, most people will have their garages attached to zero lot line, like they'll push the garage against each other. If there was enough width, they wouldn't have to do that with a detached garage. If they had enough width, they could set it off of the property line. But typically you're going to find in a duplex situation, the two garages of the two units of that duplex are along that property line at a zero setback.
Okay, thank you. I don't know, Madam, I've got a few more questions. How does this normally work for the veterans? I just keep going till I'm done, or take it? Okay, all right. Sure. One of the slides you showed earlier, Mr. Walker, the one with the end, the eight lots versus 4 lots on a corner lot with a lane. I was having trouble picturing that in St. Albert where that might fit. That looked like a rather large lot. Was that on that fourplex, was that on a regular residential lot, I guess, in one of the older neighborhoods? I realize we're not talking about the fourplexes here, it's just the parking. But I had a hard time visualizing where in our community that development that we have none of right now would fit.
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Cortash. Let me just share my screen here because we have a slide for that. Okay. Okay, here we go. I'll just make this a little bit bigger. So in the presentation, I had mentioned that in the low density residential districts, the townhouse plex product, so again, that could be a triplex or a fourplex, they are merely discretionary uses in the low density residential district. So none of this would be guaranteed. It's discretionary. There's some low density residential lots where it might be a perfect fit. There might be others where it might not be. But not only that, they have to be on a corner lot only, and they must have a lane only. So in this diagram here, it attempts to show in our established neighborhoods only where those criteria are. So this is a conceptual map illustrating all corner lots with a lane districted as low density residential. So these are the opportunities where our development officers may or may not, again, they're discretionary, may or may not entertain a application for a triplex or a fourplex. So we're talking about really a couple of dozen locations in these older neighborhoods. Anywhere else in the city, unless it had a lane and unless it had a corner lot, the land use bylaw does not entertain it. The one exception, of course, would be in the newer neighborhoods districted as laned lot residential, where they're permitted uses. Generally, they're going in from the beginning as a greenfield new build. This is where the redevelopment opportunities would be, again, as discretionary opportunities.
Okay, thank you. And it also my understanding that on these lots that you've identified, these potential lots, instead of a fourplex or a triplex, under the current regulations, it would be possible to have maybe 3 or 4 dwelling units, whether that be bungalow or semi-detached or basement suites, garage suites, but would only require 1 parking space per dwelling unit under the current regulations with those other housing types, correct?
Thank you, Councillor Cortash. If I understood that correctly, yes, so currently so even if you met all those criteria, it was a corner lot, it had a lane, and you got a permit as a discretionary use, you would still have to meet all of the other development requirements like height and setbacks, floor area, and indeed parking. Currently, a fourplex would require 2 stalls each, so 8. If it was a triplex, there's 3 units times 2, you would need 6 parking stalls. That's not feasible in the majority of instances to fit into these typical lots, which is why, in keeping with best practice requirements in other municipalities, we're looking to reduce that to 1 that is viable to fit on site, with the balance. Again, here in St. Albert, we only allow these on corner lots where there is double the street frontage to accommodate such vehicles.
I guess what I was wondering is, on that same lot, a triplex, for example, would require 6 spaces, if you just identified. But on that same lot, under the current regulations, if you had a house with a basement suite and a garage suite, how many parking? So 3 dwelling units on that site, how many parking stalls would that require right now?
So thank you for the question. If you had a single detached house, the house itself is going to require 2 parking spaces for that. If you have 1 suite, the suite doesn't require any extra. If you have 2 suites, then you need 1 more additional. So if you had 1 single detached dwelling with 2 suites, you'd need 3 parking stalls currently.
All right.
Councillor, maybe if I could, I know Ms. Peter had said she might have some additional context. Just wanted to offer her the opportunity, if that's okay.
Yeah, there were a couple of questions there that were asked. I think I'll just kind of go back. That lot, it is a standard lot. The corner lots are generally a standard size. That's where we'd be looking at putting the 3 or 4 plexes or enabling that. So that's the first, I think that was the first question that didn't quite get answered. And the second is, if you did, these lots now could have a duplex or a semi-detached property on it with a secondary suite. And as to Ms. Dupuy's response, that would require, she can give you the total amount, but yes, we would be only looking at that stage a requirement of 4 stalls for that type of product with 4 units on it.
Okay, thank you. I had some questions about parking regulations related to the study, and then downtown as well. So the parking, the study that was done, I don't have the numbers right in front of me. I think the average for the 10 apartment buildings, average of 0.9 something, and so we're recommending 0.9. I can't remember the exact numbers, but did that take into account, that was just per dwelling unit or per unit? How does that factor into the changes that are being recommended for visitor parking?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Cortash. And perhaps to answer that, I could, if Mr. Sean Willis or Mr. Dean Schick are on the call, I could ask you to speak to that. Or alternatively, we do have our consultant joining us from WSP's Vancouver office today. Are any of those parties with us on the call?
Okay. Thank you very much. So it's probably best maybe of Deep as project consultant and person that really undertook the study maybe responds first, and I can jump in if there's anything around the regulations or added comment from transportation.
Hello, I can answer that. Thank you, Councillor Cortash, for the question. The apartments that we looked at for the survey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So the apartments that we surveyed, they had only 2 of them had affordable housing, and the affordable housing was only a small percentage of the total number of dwelling units. So the visitor parking requirements the changes that we recommended for them, those were only for affordable housing. We didn't recommend them for market rate housing. So that was done based on the review of the best practices and the jurisdictional scan of other peer municipalities.
Thank you. Yeah, that's right. I forgot that those proposals were only for the affordable housing units. Okay. Speaking of which, the carve out for the St. Thomas block in the land use bylaw, if as I read it, the affordable housing parking recommendations apply to all affordable housing. How come there was a carve out for the St. Thomas and listed separately in the land use bylaw?
So thank you for the question. The carve out had happened prior. So the 22 St. Thomas parking exception had actually come in 2024 with the rewrite. And there's two parts to it. There was a part for the base stalls, and then there was also a part for the visitor stalls. We kept that part for the visitor stalls intact just as it is in case there were any proposed changes by council to our proposal for parking. We didn't want 22 St. Thomas to lose anything that they had.
Okay, thank you very much. And then I think my last question, overall, the per unit parking regulations, not even just with the current proposed changes, but overall, they're less in the downtown area than they are elsewhere. And the study that was done by WSP didn't focus on the downtown. So when we found 0.9, just had the number here, 0.87 stalls per unit, that's outside of downtown. Why do we have lower requirements for residential development in the downtown area?
So thank you for the question. That also came in 2024. That was a new option that we put, and that was to help council's priorities of downtown vibrancy. We found that by offering lower parking options, it could help spur redevelopment in the downtown.
Is the thinking there that it just makes it cheaper to develop, that lower parking requirements make it cheaper for developers to build downtown?
Yes, that is correct. Especially if it's going to have to be underground parking, it is a very significant cost to do an underground parkade.
And none of the non-residential parking requirements are being proposed to be changed as part of this, right? That's all staying the same. Okay. I think that's it for now, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There will be another chance as well to, after our public submissions, to ask questions, just in case something else comes up. We'll move over to Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first question is with respect to page 292 of the agenda package, indicating dwelling townhouse plex means single building, and we've added constructed in a low density residential district. I know that you've indicated certain, you've showed us the screen with certain properties circled, but is that basically could be any infill in any of our current residential areas?
Thank you for the question. Are you asking if a townhouse plex could be placed either in an infill scenario or a greenfield scenario?
Yes.
Yes, so that is correct. Right now, a dwelling townhouse plex, if it's on a corner lot with lane access, it could be placed in an infill in an established neighborhood. It could also be placed in a greenfield new neighborhood that's developing out. We have the option for both.
Okay, so notwithstanding, my understanding through SCOW was that we were increasing the internal residential component to allow secondary suites within and also outside of. We were going to 3 or 4 based on a duplex with a secondary suite in each one.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I can take this one. So certainly, back to that SCOW presentation, you're referring to what we call the 4 units as of right per lot. That is part of a separate initiative that will be coming back to council later this year. So nothing to do with what we're bringing forward today. You'll recall one of the 7 initiatives we talked about was called the Neighborhood Intensification Strategy. That study is still unfolding, exploring all options, recommendations, and that will come back before you, but nothing to do with these mostly minor changes we're bringing forward today.
Okay, but by approving this particular change, we're actually putting the cart before the horse by the sounds of it, because if that's coming back later on.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Clark. Through these proposed land use bylaw changes, we're not proposing changes to land uses or built form that are already permitted in our land use bylaw. The proposed changes pertain to the associated regulations and the established neighborhood overlay and to parking regulations. So for example, building height, setbacks, lot coverage, but we're not proposing any changes to land use or built form at this time.
Okay, I just want to be really clear with our residents that we're not going to allow a triplex or a fourplex in our established neighborhoods.
Sorry, if I may, that option was introduced in 2024 with the land use bylaw rewrite. That's when the dwelling townhouse plex became a use and was put into the bylaw. So it is currently an option in an established neighborhood.
But made more difficult because of the parking, is that correct?
To date, we have not seen one permit application come in, and we believe parking has somewhat restricted development potential in that it makes a smaller scale project like that unfeasible.
Okay. You've made reference several times to the parking being reduced in 2024. Can you tell me when that happened in 2024?
Yes, thank you for the question. The land use bylaw rewrite went to council October 15th, 2024. And as part of that, there were proposed reductions to residential and commercial parking at that time.
Okay, so we had a parking reduction after the construction season in 2024, and we did a parking study in June of 2025. So have we been able to see any of the impacts that those reductions from 2024 actually are, how they're being felt in St. Albert?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Clark. The new regulations that come into effect apply to brand new development or redevelopment. So they're applied to new permits that come in. They wouldn't be retroactively applied to existing development.
But if there are parking reductions even within a new area, those may be pushing owners' vehicles, if they have more than one or more than two, onto streetscapes. So that, I guess was my concern. I also have some concerns about the parking study itself. It was chosen to be done on 4 days in June of 2025. School in St. Albert in 2025 let out the day after that parking study would have been completed on a Wednesday. As a parent, I know that I probably wouldn't waste a week of vacation. So I'm concerned that it may have, the reductions may be seen because parents were on vacation with their children, having decided to leave. Have we taken any of that into consideration in making these parking adjustments?
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I'll perhaps ask my colleague Deep from WSP to elaborate. Just while he turns his camera back on, I would submit, Councillor Clark, the findings of this study, one of many reasons we're confident in it is how consistent this is with equivalent studies done elsewhere. So for example, in 17 in the city of Edmonton, they undertook a similar, much larger study. Yes, a few years older, but a much larger study. They looked at roughly 60 different apartment or condominium sites. And their takeaway was that overnight, when the bulk of folks are home, the parking lots they surveyed were no more than, I believe it was 66% full. In St. Albert, it was 71%. That was the maximum. So the average was even less than that. So I see Deep is back to perhaps elaborate, but I just add that for consideration as well. Mr. Jaminter?
Thank you, Councillor Clark, for the question. So based on the timeline that we had only a couple of weeks to complete the surveys. However, like you mentioned, we completed it before the schools closed for vacations. However, when we observed the initial survey counts, we found that they were on the lower side. So we did some adjustments based on industry accepted standards using ULI shared parking utilization factors. And those adjustments increase the numbers. So the numbers that you see in the report, they should be pretty conservative and defensible. And like it was mentioned that the highest percentage came up to be 71%. Whereas initially, if you see, the numbers are much lower. So we have two sets of numbers in the study. One set is the observed percentages, then other one is the adjusted percentages based on those factors.
Okay, and to follow up on that, can you explain to me why it would not have been an overnight study? Because your report itself indicates that the Yulee manual, you would expect to reach 100%. And I think that might have given us more confidence to actually be able to rely on this if we'd actually seen actual numbers. Did you explore doing nighttime, midnight to 5 a.m.?
We didn't explore that. So initially 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. was a time frame that we had discussed with the city. But then when we observed the percentages to be lower, that time we went ahead and made those adjustments based on the ULI factors.
Okay, and our winter conditions, summertime, people walk, they bike, winter conditions, people have a tendency to rely more on vehicles, personal vehicles. Was there any adjustment to this, given that it was done in June?
We didn't make any adjustments specifically for winter conditions.
So the fact that we're a winter community where we rely on personal vehicles when it's minus 30, we didn't look at that at all.
We did.
Perhaps, sorry, Councillor, I could just jump in on that, and certainly we can talk about the specifics of the technical study. But if a person owns a car, they're going to park it whether it's winter or summer, right? At the end of the day, they're going to need a parking spot. And so understanding some of the challenges that sometimes come with snow removal in winter, which we talked about last week, at the end of the day, we don't believe there's not a ton of folks who are just getting a car for the winter months.
Okay. Were there any provisions, or are there any provisions for electric vehicle charging, for people having to plug their vehicles in when it's minus 40? How do developers address that? Do we have anything in our bylaw that ultimately speaks to that?
Yes, thank you for the question. We do have a section in our parking section that requires electric vehicle charging stations for certain developments. I do not have that section with me right here, but I would ask if my colleague Chelsea would be able to refer to it. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for that. Sorry, I was just pulling this section up. Councillor Clark, so we do have and it came in with the 2024 update. We do have now electric vehicle charging requirements and percentages for certain types of uses, as Ms. Dupuy spoke to. So we have at least 1.5% of the minimum required parking shall be electric vehicle charging stations. In commercial situations, multi-tenant buildings or hotels. And then we also have a rate of 3% of the minimum on-site and up to 20 maximum for apartments or mixed-use buildings where you've got residential above commercial. And then the other requirement would be 1% of the required parking for a dwelling townhouse complex. So that is new as of 2024, and we did put that in place.
Okay, so just for clarity, if in an apartment building, we're reducing parking to 0.9 stalls per dwelling unit, and we have the requirement for electric vehicle charging in some of those units, obviously they likely wouldn't be designated. So that is actually reducing our parking even more than the 0.9. Am I interpreting that correctly?
Councillor Clark, the EV charging stations are not in addition to, so of the X amount that get calculated as the minimum requirement for that apartment, let's say 100, then a certain percentage of those 100 would have to have chargers available. In some cases, the developers might put chargers in visitor stalls. They might actually provide separate and specific EV charger stalls above and beyond the minimum requirements. All of our calculations are based on minimums. So the EV chargers don't necessarily stagnate a stall. It just might be an opportunity where residents who have EV chargers get assigned those by the management group.
Okay, I'm just looking at 4.13 bracket 3. It specifically says that charging stations are included as part of and not in addition to the minimum on-site parking requirement. So that would likely preclude anybody that doesn't have an electric vehicle from being able to park in at least one of those stalls.
Yeah, you're quite right. They are included in. Again, I think it
Yes.
would be up to the building management to determine how they allocate those stalls to their residents, right? I mean, we're talking about private lots in the minimum, so the city wouldn't be involved in adjudicating that. But yes, to your point, they are included in that number, yeah.
Okay, the parking assessment, the parking report makes reference to two apartment buildings in Erin Ridge where they've indicated that there may be overflow into the Costco parking lot, has anybody actually contacted Costco to see if there's overflow? Because I know that the street in front of those units, I travel quite regularly and it's full. There's typically not even enough room for a car and a bus to pass. It's so have we communicated with any of the commercial adjacent to any of the buildings to see whether or not they're actually getting some of the overflow?
Councillor Clark, once again, I may ask WSP or our transportation manager to supplement, but my understanding of that statement within the clause was just to declare all assumptions confirmed or unconfirmed. It was just a statement of fact that hey, we've got these medium density apartments across the road from a Costco and I think it's a Rona and a number of others. There is the potential that in the event that hypothetically the residential parking lot was full, it would be extremely difficult to ascertain whether or not overflow was to park over in the commercial parking lot and just walk across the street. I believe that's what the report was just simply flagging for transparency, but Deepa, perhaps you could jump in.
Thank you, Craig, and thank you, Councillor Clark, for the question. I agree with what Craig said. We just looked at the street frontage, the on-street parking in front of the building, and we just looked at one block. We didn't check the overflow into the commercial developments.
Okay.
And when we observed the on-street parking, we found that the on-street parking utilization didn't exceed 70%, except for one location where there were multiple buildings, including one of the sites that we surveyed. So it might have been an overflow from any of these buildings and couldn't be accounted just for that one site.
Okay, thank you. I have other questions, but I'll let someone else take a turn.
Okay, thank you. We'll move over to Councillor Birmanski.
Thank you, and through the chair to administration. The first question I have is related to the federal program, CMHC, who, recently was out of funds, and then it's gravitated into the HAF program. With the ever-changing rules, like some are coming forward now where it might affect levies, it might affect other things. There's changes ahead. And as you mentioned, you'll be coming back to us with further changes to comply. So my concern is, do you see a timeline for complying, or is it with that every 5-year check, could there possibly be new things added?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Birmanski. So effectively, we have a 3-year action plan that has been committed to between the City of St. Albert and CMHC. So it is coming up to, I guess, as of today, it's the end of our first year of the HAF program. So we have been working very diligently and have been sprinting for the past year, getting all these initiatives and milestones completed to date. We also have pending council decisions, work plan for the next 2 years to further advance the action plan program. So that is a contract that's been executed by the city and the CMHC, and we plan to advance that, notwithstanding decisions from council.
Okay, and where does the 5-year audit fit into that was mentioned in your report?
Yeah, so sorry, maybe the team could just jump in. I just want to go back a little bit, Councillor, and just confirm, right? I think if I understood some of your question, right, it's you were concerned about new requirements or an alteration of
Correct.
the agreement between
Yes.
those things. I'm not concerned about that. We have a signed agreement. If that were to change it would change the fundamental nature of the agreement. That would then have to go through the province under the new legislation, right? It would be a complete and utter change. And so the agreement now talks about the initiatives and the timelines, all very clearly subject to council approval. But the ability of the federal government to unilaterally change that doesn't exist in terms of the agreement. It would have to be renegotiated, and that would involve the province under the current legislation.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Okay, and then I'll go on to the coverage of the lot. You mentioned that, say, the lot coverage was only 27%. With that 10% variance, you'd be at 37%, which you'd be at 40 in a different neighborhood. How many actual homes are actually under that 30%? Because I think a lot of them that I've seen having a new build are tearing down those ones. So what percentage of the neighborhoods would you suspect would be in that amount?
Perhaps Ms. Thompson could shed some light into that question.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Birmanski. So because it is a percentage, when we do get infill applications in, depending on obviously the lot size, in some cases we have infill of new homes, and their infill lot coverage maximum when it's calculated can be as low as like 18%, 22%. In, obviously some older areas of Grandin or Braeside where we have some lot and a halves. On average, in the infill, we can be sitting in the low to mid 30s in some cases, if it's what you'd consider more of a standard lot. But it really ebbs and flows because it's all tied specifically to the neighboring which would calculate out the two neighbors on either side of that infill. So whatever the neighbor who has the highest lot coverage, the infill lot is then afforded 10% above that neighbor. So that might end them up at, 25%, 24%, or it could end them up at 38%, or even the max 40 that's afforded to them anyways under the LDR.
Right, but wouldn't a developer know that going in?
No, actually, Councillor Urbanski, that's where the infill review is required, and the builder or the developer actually relies on the development authority, the development officers, to calculate that, because they're not privy to know the neighboring lot coverage, how much what the size of that lot, the house footprint, if they've got sheds or gazebos, detached garages. So we actually pull the property file for the neighboring properties, calc out each of the neighbors, and then apply that to the infill home. So that is where the way the provisions currently are, builders cannot self-determine their building pocket that's available to them. They do have to rely on administration to calculate that through the infill review.
Okay, but it would be quite obvious just looking at it in most cases, you would think, right? What's covered and what's not, and where the lot lines are.
And again, depending on the neighboring lot design, if it's a pie lot or a reverse pie lot, you might have a pretty good size home on a pie lot, but it still might only be coming in at 17% lot coverage just because of the size of the lot on that neighbor.
Okay, thank you. I'll move on to the next question. With the development on a corner lot, and it was mentioned that you'd have double street parking, but on a corner, you really can't park as close to the corners in either direction, for traffic rules. So on an average corner, complying with regulations, not parking too close to the corner. And how many cars would you think would park on that corner? Like 2 on each side, or?
Councillor, that sounds about right to me, but perhaps I'll defer to our subject matter experts. Again, either Deep or Mr. Schick from Transportation.
Thank you. Yeah, I can jump in on this. It's somewhat relevant to if there's laneway access or anything like that. So there'd be restrictions around parking in proximity to the corner itself. And any other infrastructure, if there was hydrants or anything as well. So, but on average, 2 to 3 stalls legally would be expected in that area on each side.
Thank you. That answered that question. I have quite a few, so I'll try and zip through them here. Okay, I'm curious about the height. So the height on redevelopment is always the biggest struggle with neighbors, and why would we have pulled the sun shadow study as a requirement for that reason?
I can answer that for you, Councillor Bermansky. So in the established neighborhood, there was reference to sun shadow studies. It was basically a duplication, because at the front end of the land use bylaw, I believe it's section 2.5, there are additional requirements that a development authority can ask for with any application. So at the front end of the bylaw already allows us to consider asking for a sun shadow study, and having it separately repeated in the ENO was just seen as a duplication. So a sun shadow study in the existing one, I still believe, was a May, and so it's the same regulation that we do have at the front end. So we removed a duplication. We didn't remove the requirement.
Okay, thank you. Next one. I'm puzzled by why people want to build higher without a basement. We're talking about affordable townhouses and garden suites, and the whole factor is housing affordability. And then we're saying everyone wants like 2 stories, 10-foot ceilings, and a walkout garden without a basement. So what's our goal? Are we trying to build big and build small all in the same neighborhood, essentially?
I can start. Thank you for the question, Councillor Bermansky. I think in general, we're looking to create a bit more flexibility with our existing regulations. So for example, with our aging population in Canada, and it's particularly pronounced in St. Albert, we might have an increase in multi-generational homes. So there might be different housing needs from that perspective. So it's just about making some tweaks to the existing regs to enable flexibility, as there are varying resident and consumer demands from a housing perspective. And perhaps my colleagues might have a bit more to supplement.
Yeah, the only thing I would like to add, and thank you, is that we are trying to give tools, and what tools people choose are going to depend on their preferences and their family size and their life situation. And we're trying to give a variety of tools that meets a large variety of needs within the community.
Okay, and how does this fit into housing affordability, in the plan, right?
Thank you for the question, Shelley, or Councillor Birmanski. I can start, and if my colleagues want to jump in, please feel free to do so. So when it comes to affordability, the market does dictate and influence affordability. So there are some things the municipality cannot control. That would be, for example, the cost of raw material for construction. But there are some things we can control, and there are levers we can pull to help improve affordability. And that includes things like municipal planning policy and regulations when it comes to zoning. So through this project, we're trying to increase affordability by making thoughtful, St. Albert specific changes to the regulations that enable greater housing diversity, which hopefully in turn improve affordability, and just to also cater to the range of housing needs and demands in the city of St. Albert.
Okay, next question, garage suites, not included in density. I wasn't sure why that was the case.
Thank you. No. So when we do our density calculations at the area structure plan level, we can't guarantee that suites are going to be put within any of the products that are going to be built within that neighborhood. So we don't include suites in that calculation at the area structure plan level. We just keep it at the number of dwelling units that could fit within that area and don't include suites.
Okay. And older neighborhood classification, how do you classify an older neighborhood, being that there's so many neighborhoods that are kind of half and half? And I mean, there's some blocks that look completely brand new and other ones that, need work. And so I don't know how you just do that blanket classification.
Thank you, Councillor Birmanski. So as I mentioned, the established neighborhood overlay was originally introduced back in 2006. I don't know if there's many folks in administration that were here back then, but presumably at the time it was based on a combination of the built form, the built out extent of the city at the time, changes in regulations. I see Ms. Thompson on the call to rescue me here, but it would pertain to those types of considerations. Ms. Thompson, can you supplement?
Yes, I will. I was here in 2006. But Councillor Birmanski, one other consideration, obviously, when the established neighborhood map or districts were originally kind of determined, they basically are neighborhoods that you're going to find were developed in the 70s and prior. So they were seen as more established, a little bit ready for redevelopment, or areas we were seeing redevelopment, areas that had larger lots. So in some cases, for example, like Lacombe Park, as you were saying, if the map actually only includes what we'll call original Lacombe Park East, and does not include Lacombe Park Estates, because Lacombe Park Estates was more in the 90s. So that was one of the considerations, was the age of development of the neighborhood, because typically you're going to find those areas are more set for redevelopment versus newer areas. So obviously, as these infill guidelines, if they stay in place and continue on over time, that map very well might be updated as other neighborhoods start to become more aged.
Okay, yeah, since 20 years have passed since then. So when do you do an update, like to specific areas of a neighborhood that has changed or grown, or there's an add-on planned?
Maybe one of the planners would be able to answer this better.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Councillor Biermansky. So actually through this project, we did discuss whether we should expand the limits of the established neighborhood overlay or scale back. And just for simplicity, we chose to keep the overlay as is in terms of what areas it applies to geographically. We don't have any plans to look at expanding or changing those boundaries anytime soon.
Okay, so the definition currently is 70s or older.
The limits of the established neighborhood overlay are outlined in the land use bylaw. And typically, yes, these neighborhoods date from 1970 and prior to that, they have similar characteristics in that they typically have larger lots and smaller dwelling units on those lots.
Okay, and so the definition is where? Sorry, it's in which document?
To clarify, Councillor Bermansky, so it's, if you recall that pink line I showed on the map, so in the land use bylaw in Schedule C, it details all of the established neighborhood overlay regulations, including that map. That outlines which neighborhoods are included. So it's not so much the age of the house or it is a firm line already established back in 2006 within the land use bylaw. So I'll attempt to share my screen here again and just put it back up.
And Craig, if I may interject to just add some clarity to Councillor Bermansky, it doesn't explicitly say that the map was derived from homes 1970s or older. That was just one of the kind of guiding initial rationale parts when the map was created back in 2006.
Okay, and Lacombe Park is inclusive of all of Lacombe Park, or it's not?
Lacombe Park does not include Lacombe Park Estates, which you can see on the west side there.
Okay. So if there was additions in other neighborhoods, they wouldn't be added either?
Councillor Bermansky, for clarity, are you speaking if someone was wanting to do an addition to their home? Or
No, I'm talking about an area of the neighborhood that was built later than the 70s.
So an addition to the map would be a land use bylaw amendment. And that would be something that would be assessed at the time if we decided to go, okay, now we're going to add these extra neighborhoods on because they've, as you said, it's been 20 years. These were now built in the early 80s and we're going to expand the map.
Right. Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, I think we'll go over to Councillor Hughes, but I will note that we're going to break for lunch at noon.
I'm not sure if that speaker would want to actually see the whole thing anyway, though. I guess, like if the speaker's intending to come and speak, I guess I'll just look at you. Do you want to stay for the whole thing or do you want to talk and go? Is anybody, or that's not the person?
Sorry, I was just questioning back here before we break for lunch. I don't know what the procedures allow. We can't have the public speak. If there's one member of the public waiting to speak, are we gonna make them wait till after lunch? Or can they speak? And I don't know what the procedure.
I would say, Ms. Caulfield, go ahead. You can provide some advice.
So we have one member of the public registered to speak there on the Zoom call. And typically the procedure is that questions of administration get finished and then we go to hear from members of the public. Certainly, I think if the chair at her discretion wanted to let the member of the public speak, and then council could ask questions of that member, that's okay. But then we would have to go back to questions of administration. It might just get confusing to manage if you're asking questions related to what the speaker said. So I would recommend just sticking to the procedure and just having the recess, coming back, finishing questions of administration, and then letting the speaker at the correct time speak.
Could I respectfully ask, Counselor, if you're having sidebar discussions, if you could hit your mics, please, just so it's public.
I would give the speaker the option, but that's, I guess your call, Madam Chair. I just, that way they don't have to wait for lunch and for us to finish if they've got a presentation, but that's my 2 cents.
Well, I think that Councillor Hughes has been waiting for a while and I feel like we should finish the council questions. Is that okay if we do that? And then if we can get through that and we have time before lunch arrives, then we can go to our speaker. Does that work?
Okay, thank you. Just as like a point of privilege, is there any way we can actually get heat in this room again? Like the air conditioner is excellent. You're hot? Let's switch. Because I'm not. Okay, so a couple questions. So my understanding initially with the federal grant was that we had to do the fourplexes, but I didn't realize that there were other stipulations as well. So what are the stipulations that are being required to be passed today to continue on the federal grant journey?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Hughes. So essentially, we're looking at the first round of land use bylaw changes regarding parking regulations and changes to our established neighborhood overlay.
So what part of that is required by the federal government for us to continue with them? Like specifically, do we have to pass everything you just said and that's what they have said is you have to do it, or what's their rule?
We require council approval of the land use bylaw changes.
So their rule was that you had to make these specific changes?
I can give it a shot of answering this question through the mayor, if you don't mind. Through the Housing Accelerator Fund project, what we had to do was put together a proposal of changes that were in keeping with some of the major themes of the program. And our proposal had to address a minimum of 7 different initiatives of ways that we could improve housing variety, accessibility, affordability, and some of those items. And within each of those initiatives, we had to describe what we were going to do and how we were going to undertake them, including timelines, how many units were also going to be created by each initiative, and then that would tie back to the funding that they were going to give us. So through that, through our proposal, we were successful. And we were in alignment with their overall goals and program. And then we had to sign a contract. So what we are talking about today are contractual items. They're not requirements necessarily from the federal government. They are items that we have determined that we can achieve that we feel we could achieve in alignment with those goals. However, the government does have a criteria, and one of them is the 4 as of right. And we are going to be coming back talking about how we could implement 4 as of right later on. I think that is scheduled some time to come back in September. I'm going to pass this back over to Ms. Mahoney to provide any additional clarification, or to our legal counsel, because they were also involved in the contract.
I'm going to jump in first on that because I think I understand what you're asking. So the contract doesn't say thou shalt achieve 0.9, right? Or you know what I mean? Those were the results of the initiative that the contract said we should do. So I think I understand kind of what you're asking. And so, if council says, we're going to do 0.95, or I'm making stuff up a little bit, Councillor, right? That would then engender a conversation with CMHC to see if that, from their perspective, met their expectations, right? And then they would make a determination ultimately on what that would mean financially, right? And so, and then we would have some analysis to do to say, does that change fundamentally alter our targets in terms of right, the KPI is kind of how many units get built because of that. And so there is some work. So it's not as clear cut I think, right, to your point, Counselor, in terms of this. So we're recommending this based on the study that was done, right, and based on the goals. But it's not in the contract that the federal government has said, you know, you have to eliminate half your parking stalls. So, you know, again, I'm making things up. So I don't know if that gets after your question, right?
That
Yeah.
does. So why couldn't we just say townhomes 1.9 and not 2? Would that, like, have they actually said, have we actually sent it to the CHMC and said, this is what we're proposing, does this meet your requirements? Or can we just say any reduction in any capacity is now meeting the requirements?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Hughes. Our recommendations are based on the completed parking study and through our analysis as professional planners. So these proposed changes we are putting forward for your consideration. We deem to be of good planning and
Okay.
that's our recommendation.
I understand your recommendation. I'm trying to figure out with council's decisions, the ramifications if we don't say yes to all your recommendations. So like, did they actually say, did we actually send it to them and go, this is what we're proposing, are you good with it? Or can we make up our own and say we've made a slight reduction, we're still in the game?
Yeah, I think, you know, we've not gone to CMHC, correct me if I'm wrong, we've not gone to CMHC and said, hey, here's what council needs to approve, right, to get it. What we have said is at the front end of this, we're going to do on this study, and we believe that undertaking this study, we're going to create increased capacity in terms of built, you know, dwelling units, right, in St. Albert. I'm trying to use the proper terminology here. And so to your point, Counselor, right, you know, if you, again, I'm sort of spitballing a little bit, came back and said we do not, as a council, approve the reductions, the recommended reductions to parking. You know, we've done the study, we've taken a look at it. We would have to do sort of our analysis on the implications of that from the number of buildings we see, increased buildings, and have that discussion with CMHC, right? I can't unequivocally say that, you know, that would end it, or if it would have an implication, but the risk is there that it absolutely could have an implication.
Okay.
Does that, please, if there's the team has anything they want to clarify or expand or even correct on that, please go ahead.
Okay, so let's say we said no, we don't want to find the savings or the housing costs or the additional housing in the theoretical speculation through this method. We'd like to do it through a different method instead. So we could say no to this, tell CHMC we're still looking for different ways because we've decided that this is not the way we want to go. And in theory, the funding would still continue.
Conceivably, yes.
Potentially, okay. My other concern is, okay, let's just say the funding continues. Let's say this even passes. Then we get to the fourplex. They're saying coming in September, October. Now you've said that the funding is contingent upon us agreeing to this fourplexes anywhere in the city. So without any stipulations, I'm trying to really limit that. So what I'm trying to figure out is we're saying the funding comes for the year. And then council gets the decision in September and we go, nay, nay to the fourplexes. It's not going to work for us. Now we've already spent 3/4 of the money for that year. And we're also saying that then they could pull the funding on us. So I'm challenged about how we're going to be in a difficult position in 8 months about, hey, the money's already been spent. If you don't say yes to the fourplexes in September, we got to pay back money we've already spent. Is that what's like, has there been any discussions at all? Because my challenge right now, and I think that when Councillor Clark said about the cart before the horse, we're agreeing to de facto for fourplexes if we continue this entire year, unless they've said, we'll give you the money for this year, but you won't get it for any more. Has there been discussion about that?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Hughes. What I will say at a high level is that the 4 as of right is a cornerstone of the Housing Accelerator Fund program and other federal grant programs, even the one regarding infrastructure. So a council decision to not proceed with that would no doubt impact funding. We don't have all the details as to how, but it definitely would.
Yeah, and so to your point, you're talking about how do we mitigate risk, right? In terms of we spend a bunch of money and then we have to go find it to pay it back, right? And that is an ongoing discussion. And again, I would just say that we've been very deliberate and judicious about when we have expended those funds to date to ensure that we're actually not creating a condition where you know, we're going to find ourselves in the hole at the last minute, not presupposing council's decision. Right? We've been very clear from the get-go that this is council's decision. And so those discussions are ongoing to mitigate the risk. I mean, there's a cogent argument to be made as an example that X percentage of those funds were towards e-permitting. We've delivered that, right? And so we've met the requirements of that particular contractual obligation. So those would be the discussions we'd be having, right, in terms of that piece, Councillor. And so that's not an exquisite answer for you, but understanding that we understand the risk and are working very hard to ensure that we do not get caught short and not presuppose a council decision on this.
So how much of the money have we spent so far? I know we had 2.9 they've given to us. How much have we actually put out the door? I think it was like $1 million or something, if I remember, but it's 2 months ago.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Councillor Hughes. I'm going to defer to the program lead, my colleague, Ms. Lori Scott.
Good afternoon, Councillor Hughes. We've spent $237,000 so far.
Okay, so if we were to say no and not move forward, or even to say no in September, in theory, the money they've given us to date would be more than sufficient to cover our expenses.
Correct, but there are further implications to if these two milestones are not met as part of our housing action plan, we would not be eligible for year 2 funding. We are required to submit the report for year 2 funding today, and we have the option. If the option isn't decided today, then they will be reviewing it on February 3rd. But if we do meet these milestones, we'd be eligible to receive the next year's funding, which is another $2.9 million. So that means that we'd have the opportunity to consider options for 4 units as of right, up to council's decision. That yes, if that was voted off in September, then yes, there's a very strong potential we would not receive any more money. But there's $2.9 million on the table for this year, and there's also implications for other federal infrastructure funding and other federal regional transit funding that also is based on intensification initiatives for municipalities. So it's not just that we would be losing money for half. You may end up limiting your ability to receive funding for other federal initiatives.
And that's on the 4 on right, though, not necessarily in this parking. Is that correct?
Well, the housing action plan is based on all 7 initiatives. So the evaluation by the CMHC underwriter as to what is how we are meeting our plans will be an evaluation of all the initiatives, all 7 initiatives. We have a milestone schedule. This is the timeline that we've established that we would bring these 2 milestones together for council's review. So yes.
Okay, I guess I might have misspoken for understanding. I'm referring to that you mentioned that they're also strong-arming us to potentially take away the transit funding as well if we don't meet it. Is it for all 7 or is it just for the 4-plex?
I'm not doing anything.
Not you, the feds. I'm not saying you are. I'm saying that the Fed, you implied that the feds were also.
So that is correct. And so the regional stream of the transit funding, which is in a bit of a state of flux right now, right, with some of the changes after the last budget. Those were related to a lot of work on housing, and in particular, there was the potential for the 4-plex as a right. Our baseline funding stream that we've got from a capital perspective, I think we're safe on that particular front.
Okay, so regardless of what we do today or this year on future decisions, the transit funding is not under direct threat at this moment. Would that be fair?
Not at this moment. No.
Okay. Okay. So, Ms. Scott, I'm sorry if it was misinterpreted that I thought that you did something. I was just trying to say that you mentioned it. So the parking study itself, it says something about how we didn't do it in one of the locations because the machine broke down. So exactly what machine, like how do we count parking spaces through a machine?
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. And again, I'll perhaps ask Deep to supplement, but my understanding is WSP staff, so human beings are out on site and do an initial count of all the vehicles parked on that private property. They would then set up technology, some kind of automated counting tech. Deep could perhaps clarify if those are cameras or mechanical clickers or what have you, but ultimately that would then, after the staff leave and go on to set up another site, that technology would count vehicles entering and or leaving the site and find what the peak number count is. Deep, is that the gist of it?
Okay, I understand.
Yes,
So-
that is correct. We use the telescopic cameras to record the inbound and outbound vehicles. Once we did the initial set of counts, like Craig mentioned, and then we process that video data to come up with the parking demand.
Okay. So there was one that it said it didn't work. I guess, why didn't you just go back and try a different day? And there's
Yes,
another one for
because
the weekends. Mhm.
yeah, because the next weekend was after the school closure, so we wanted to complete it before the schools went on vacation. There was only one weekend available as per our schedule. The weekend before that, we couldn't do it because there was an Oilers game and we didn't want the counts to be skewed. That's why we just chose that one weekend.
I see. Okay. And the Edmonton study that was referenced, do we have any idea of how many days they did it or what times they did it? Or did they do townhomes as well? Or did we, because there was a reference to this and I'm not asking, I'm just like, what do you know about it? Because we're referring to it as if it was helping legitimize this study. So what do we have for details about that one?
Councillor Hughes, I believe you're referring to the study I referenced. So this was a study done by a consultant back in 2017. My recollection is that they looked at 60 sites. About half of them were apartments, the other half, so rentals, the other half were owned condominiums. In terms of the locations, they were peppered throughout the Edmonton region, or not Edmonton region, throughout the city of Edmonton, inner neighborhoods, outer neighborhoods. I don't have specifics, only that they looked at a diverse array of ages and tenures and big ones, small ones, and came up with recommendations accordingly. That entire study is available publicly online. Don't have a copy today. I can't speak about it with a great deal of familiarity. I simply was just referencing it for context with respect to the fact that in that study, it found that based on these 60 sites, the worst case scenario was 66% maximum occupancy overnight, which was very similar to St. Albert's study undertaken by Deep's team that found 71% occupancy overnight, again, being the worst case scenario. We're just looking to shave that parking minimum back by 10%. Again, this is really, as we see, as a baby step. It's a minor tweak. And just while my mic's on, I'll just clarify once again, in Edmonton, they don't regulate parking at all anymore. We're still in that parking regulation game. We just want to get the minimums right. Developers still have, they know their customers and end users much better than our sort of blanket land use bylaw. If they want to tailor their pro formas accordingly for a seniors complex, families, singles, somewhere in between, they still have the ability to do so. We just want to make sure those minimums match the actual supply and demand we've measured in St. Albert. A lot of the parking regulations historically, if you go back in time, that they stem from a document known as the Institute of Transportation Engineers Parking Generation Manual. Now it's evolved over the years as more data became available, but it has its roots in traditional, Sunbelt cities in the United States that do tend to have higher parking utilization compared to Canadian cities. So that hence why we might see so much parking lot underutilization in these studies I've just referenced.
Okay. So you mentioned about the fourplexes and the requiring 4 parking stalls. So when I look at this, we're actually saying that we're banking on having 4 families of some capacity, whether it's 1, 2, or however many people. All 4 of them are only going to need 1 car. So what's the average number of cars per household in St. Albert?
Perhaps I could ask Mr. Schick to supplement, but I would clarify, Councillor Hughes, I don't know that we're necessarily assuming that that fourplex or potentially triplex would only have 4 or 3 vehicles respectively. We're saying that on site, it is only feasible to accommodate 3 or 4 in that garage. Because in St. Albert, we only allow them on a corner lot that has double the street frontage, maybe a little bit less as someone mentioned because of maybe hydrants or distance from the intersection. There is excess capacity on that street, just like there is in front of a single detached house on the street, to accommodate that surplus parking. So again, we're not saying we're assuming they're only going to own 1 vehicle each. Some may, some won't, but because of our limited locational criteria, we believe that this is a baby step in the right direction that can help introduce a product that is completely missing in the St. Albert context.
So it's completely missing in the older neighborhoods, or it's completely missing, period?
Ms. Thompson, please correct me if I'm misspeaking, but completely missing, period. Again, granted, this specific product was only introduced to the land use bylaw last year, but when you look at the numbers in some of our peer municipalities in the region, they have seen this housing product take off, whereas we have seen 0. And what we've heard from private industry is that the parking regulations are part of that equation.
Because like one of the challenges I have is, if let's just do the 4 plexes in a row, okay? Like Fort Saskatchewan has 4 plexes in a row, and they require 2 parking stalls for each one of those 4 plexes, and they're just like they're all attached in the house, and they have garages are all attached in the back, and they still have 2 parking stalls for each one of the units, and they are selling quite well. And now they have other problems because of they're allowing it to go across the streets, even with the lanes. When you put that kind of density in there, we've got all sorts of problems with snow removal, et cetera. But as far as allowing 2 parking stalls, Fort Saskatchewan requires 2 parking stalls. They are selling those with any problems. So I'm not sure who is saying to you that you need to do 1 parking stall per unit to be able to sell them, because our other people in the region have no issues with that.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. And without knowing the context of Fort Saskatchewan,
I own the property there, so I know for a fact.
And so one of my assumptions is, again, as I mentioned, there are 3 different types of townhouse definitions in the land use bylaw. There's what we're talking about today is the townhouse plex. There are also townhouse singles. Now, they currently do and will continue to require 2 parking stalls per unit. The difference between the townhouse single and the townhouse plex is the townhouse single, it could be 1 building divided up into 3 or 4 separate units, but each of them are subdivided, and they would all require 2 parking spots each. The townhouse plex, on the other hand, it is exclusively 1 property. It might be condominiumized, but it is 1 property. Could be condominiumized, could be rented. Those are the ones where it is not feasible to accommodate 2 parking stalls per unit, with the perhaps rare exception of quite large lots from the get-go, but that's not feasible for the bulk of the corner lots with lane access, particularly in our established neighborhoods.
So I understand a little bit better now. So you're saying that if it's subdivided, they need 2 parking stalls, but if it's not subdivided, they would only need 1.
That is correct. And if I may, I believe that is a function of the socioeconomic considerations of the customers that would buy such a house product that would be rented or condominiumized versus ownership, which does tend to cost quite a bit more.
How much less would it be if you didn't subdivide the property? Do we have any idea of what the cost savings would actually be?
I don't have that number on hand. I can say, doing some browsing of the MLS listings through Edmonton, that there are many of these townhouse plex equivalent products in Edmonton that run around 50% of that of a single detached dwelling. So what would it be for just a fee simple, what we call a townhouse single? I don't have that number, but I would imagine it would be somewhere a little bit less than a single detached, but a little bit more than the rental or condominiumized product.
Because the fee simple from what I've seen, it's basically also 50% of a single detached. So the difference between a fee simple and a one unit not subdivided, that's really very important to me to understand what you're stating as this potential savings to accommodate that. Because saying it's cheaper than a house, that's not really fair because you can do a fee simple and also have it cheaper than a house. I'm going to leave it for now. I know you have the lunch coming and we can always ask questions afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. I think what we'll do right now is we'll break for lunch until 1 o'clock and then we can continue our questions after. I understand we have some people in the public that want to speak, and I thank you for being patient with us, but I do think that it's important that we don't rush through these questions and that we take our time and get through everything that we want to talk about. So with that, I think we'll break for lunch and we'll come back at 1 p.m. Are we good to get started again? So if I understand correctly, we just continue where we left off, right?
Absolutely, Madam Chair, just pick up where we left off. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll go over to you, Councillor Hughes, if you wanted to finish your questioning.
You know what, I'll come back. We'll circle. Thank you for offering.
Okay, so we'll go over to Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to make sure, has our mayor rejoined us?
Looks like Mayor is online, yes.
Thank you. Page 251 of the agenda report. I just want to make sure, because you've got 3 infill, an existing home, 2 more infill, and another existing home. So the sun shadow report, whatever you want to call it, that would actually address if any of those 3 infill were going to shadow that existing home. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question, and that's correct. So when we ask for a sun shadow study, we also ask for the context around where the new building is proposed to be placed. So on those infill lots, if one of those was coming in, we could look at the homes that are on either side, any side. Thank you.
Okay, and that existing home that ultimately could be shadowed by those 3, are they given notice? Do they have some input into what ultimately might be the effect of the build?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Clark. I'm going to defer to my colleague in development, Ms. Chelsea Thompson.
Hi, thank you for that. So in regards to consultation with the neighbors, the requirement for consultation is a may. It says it may be required for a new infill. If someone was coming in potentially for a new infill home or significant renovation, and that renovation complied with the land use bylaw in all regards, setbacks, heights, et cetera, and it was a permitted use, we wouldn't necessarily do neighborhood consultation in that regard. You might find that we will do neighborhood consultation when things like variances are asked for. So if someone wanted to do something different than what the land use bylaw regulations were, or in the case of a discretionary use, Councillor Clark, then we would do neighborhood consultation, and it would also trigger a notification upon any decision being made to the radius as well.
Okay, but the discretion for the development officer, if those 3 infill were 2-story and that was a bungalow behind them, would that be enough to trigger you wanting a sun shadow study?
Not typically, no, because the product ultimately is still just a single family home. So if they're building a 2-story single family home next to a 1-story single family home, they're both still single family product, as long as someone wasn't asking for something, like I said, over height, asking for a variance to something. Now, that's more so for the sun shadow study. If someone was proposing something like a 2nd-story addition or that triggered the infill guidelines, or they were doing a new build, and let's say it was a 2-story and maybe they had like an upper deck, like on the 2nd or quite high up, then in that case, we might require them or request them to do neighborhood consultation with their neighbor, just so that we can, look at those type of privacy concerns, views and vistas, and what the neighbor is feeling about it, and then see if there's any mitigation just from a design perspective that we could tackle.
Okay, but there's no input for the neighbor. If the neighbor is relying on a massive garden in their backyard as a food source, and those 3 buildings are going to shadow it, they're not going to know about it until those buildings are well on their way. They're not going to get any notice.
Potentially, yes, as a permitted use in the district, and the district has a maximum height that was set through a council approval previously as reasonable for a low density district.
Okay, thank you. Next question, are there any kind of secondary suites there that are going to be or are allowed within a threeplex or a fourplex, or are they standalone?
So thank you for the question. Currently, no, there are no suites allowed in a triplex or a fourplex. It's only 3 or 4 dwelling units.
Okay, thank you. Page 270, section 3.69. I'm a little confused. Dwelling semi-detached, you've got dwelling duplex crossed out, and then you've got dwelling duplex as number 6. What's the difference? What's the difference between a semi-detached and a duplex? They seem the same to me.
So they can look the same from the outside. It's the way that our land use bylaw defines them. So a dwelling duplex is 2 dwelling units on 1 lot. And then a dwelling semi-detached is where there's 2 dwelling units, but they're on 2 lots and they're joined by a party wall. So you can't always tell whether a building is a duplex or a semi-detached because often they can look the same.
And it would be governed by land ownership, not necessarily.
It would be governed by the number of lots. So if it's 2 lots and adjoined dwelling units, then it would be a semi-detached. If it's only 1 lot and there's 2 dwelling units, that would be considered a duplex under our land use bylaw.
Okay, okay. But both of those are allowed to have secondary suites in the basement. Are either one of them allowed to have other secondary suites, a garage suite if they have a garage in the back, or a garden suite?
So yes, a dwelling duplex. So let's start with dwelling semi-detached. A dwelling semi-detached, each of those 2 dwelling units would be allowed 1 suite. And so they could choose. They could have an internal suite, which is often a basement suite. They could have a garden suite or a garage suite. So they could have 1 of them. Because a dwelling duplex is 2 dwelling units on 1 lot, what we're proposing to do is clarify that each half of the duplex could have 1 suite each. So it would still end up being 4 dwelling units.
Okay, okay. And this one is, maybe others on council understand this, at page 273. What is a panhandle lot? And do we actually have them?
Thank you for the question. They are pretty rare within St. Albert. There are a couple of them, and that's why we put these regulations in to make sure that the panhandle portion, because it's shaped like a flag, kind of. There's a flagpole, and then there's the flag at the top. We didn't want that flagpole portion to be over 100 meters, and that's why we put that diagram in.
Okay. Not sure that I necessarily understand, but why would you have that? But okay. On page 278 of the agenda, we talk about supportive living accommodation, and you want to move to 1 stall per 3 dwelling units. Are those typically within a senior's residence where there's independent living and also supportive living? That's my experience, but I don't want to assume that my interpretation is the correct one. Page 278.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I can start with this one and again, maybe put Ms. Thompson on standby. So yeah, you hit the nail on the head, I believe. Typically, these supportive living accommodations, put another way, it would be a seniors-oriented apartment building, typically associated with independent units, but they would come down for example, common meals, activities, those types of things, sometimes maybe even a swimming pool and the like. Ms. Thompson, once again, I'll perhaps ask you to speak more eloquently than I based on your experience.
Thank you, Craig. So Councillor Clark, with the we previously in the past bylaw, bylaw 9/2005, that was then rewritten in 2024. We used to have like 3 different types of supportive housing. In 2024, excuse me, we put them all back into one categorization of this supportive housing. So it can take different forms, supportive housing. And I see Lori Scott is on the call as well. But basically, it could be anything from most people would consider like assisted living, where meals are provided. In some case, supportive housing can have more of a long-term, where they're sleeping units. They're not even standalone apartments. And in some cases, they can just be almost like communal living situations of a smaller scale, but that's what supportive housing is. And I do know that from the parking perspective and the proposed change of the stalls per dwelling unit, that came out as something from a best practices, and I believe maybe tied to Mr. Walker in the WSP parking study as well, going from the 1 per dwelling unit to the 1 per 3.
Okay, so is this going to impact seniors buildings that are deemed to be independent, where people may be 55 and still working and still driving? And
thank you for the question, Councillor Clark. So supportive living, to be supportive housing or supportive living, there's criteria and provincial regulation or recognition of those. They're not just adult only apartments. They have to provide certain levels of care. And again, Miss Lori Scott's our in-house professional and information specialist on that. But basically, if it's just an apartment that is geared towards a certain demographic, that's just an apartment. That is not actually supportive housing.
Okay, thank you. One last question. So if we are assuming that an apartment building is built out and the street in front is full, the parking lot is full, people are relying on transit, has St. Albert looked at the impact that, even though the developer might accommodate more parking, hasn't? Have we looked at the impact from a transit and a cost perspective of what that may impact our residents as far as being able to provide transportation? And I'm in particular thinking of the community of Choureau, who don't have transit as yet because they haven't hit that density target. But then we get a 100-unit apartment building built there that they still don't have transit. We obviously, are going to have more of a push to see that kind of thing if we're moving in this direction that's going to push people to utilize transit more readily. Have we looked at potential costs?
I don't think we have potential costs because there are a number of variables. But to your point, right, we've got our baseline operational assessment that drives when we would look at the introduction of transit, and we know how much a new transit route costs, right? So we have the rough costing for the addition of a new route. We can certainly forecast recapitalization or capital investment over time to meet growth. But there is also, the ability as developers bring on different stages of development, we're not bound necessarily or constrained, right? And so if there were a significant, I start making stuff up again, right? But to your point, there's a big 100-unit apartment building that goes in a particular area. We would take that under advisement as we looked at our transit planning and do exactly that math to say, okay, well, we need to expedite service to this area. No, actually on-demand transit will be sufficient based on the demographic and what we're seeing, or we think we're good, right? And, they can leverage stuff that's in proximity. So, Alex, I don't know if you want to jump in with any additional pieces on that, except to say that the assessment would be based on the stages of development as we go forward, right? And the type of development has an impact as opposed to simply the number of homes in an area.
Okay, but potentially if we don't have places for people to park, that they're ultimately having to choose transit it ultimately could be a significant cost for St. Albert to incur.
Yeah, I can't quantify it, Counselor, to your point, but yes, I mean, there certainly could be costs.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions right now, but I may have a few more.
Okay, yeah, and there will be a chance to come back to that after the public part. So I'll go over to Councillor Kortash.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to the neighborhood overlay, I just want to just make sure I understand this. So the threshold, we're not getting rid of the neighborhood overlay and but we're increasing the threshold from 1.5, I think it was 1.5 meters to 3.66 meters, if it's going up by that much. And so if a renovation or a redevelopment is below that 3.66, then the neighborhood overlay doesn't apply, correct? Is that?
That is correct. It would defer directly to the low-density residential districts.
Okay, and if it is over the 3.66, so somebody's, we heard earlier that a typical newer 2-story house is 10.5 meters or so. So if somebody is going from a 6 meter house to a 10.5 story, that would be over the 3.66. So at that stage, when the neighborhood overlay is in effect or it will apply, what is being protected? So we're taking out, proposed to take out the height restriction and lot coverage. So which parts of the neighborhood overlay would still apply when that threshold's reached? We heard earlier that we're still going to be preserving the character of the neighborhood. And so that's what I'm trying to get at. What elements of character are we still preserving?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Kortash. Before I defer to Chelsea, I'll just say at a high level that we're not touching any of the landscaping regulations, but I will defer to Ms. Thompson to provide further detail.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Kortash. So the ENO, or the established neighborhood overlay, when it is triggered, as you noted, would still have, you'd have certain development authority criteria as it related to the overall look of the building. Like, we do still have some infill guidelines. So, trying to maintain the character of that neighborhood. We do still retain the front yard setback so that driving down that street, this potential renovation or infill product isn't going to overly stand out or jump out at you. Sorry about that. So we are retaining the way we calculate the front yard setback, because in these older neighborhoods, they are often greater than what the minimum for the LDR is. We also have some additional application criteria required of infill. So we ask for additional grading plans, some additional landscaping, what we call landscape retention plans. We also would still have, like I said, the development officer's discretion as it relates to the interface of that new renovation or that new infill, how it interfaces with the existing and adjacent residential. So having consideration for, window placement, upper decks, massing, and such. And so that's where we would work with the applicant to and looking at the neighboring properties to see how their design, supports the infill, as well as it has consideration for those existing residents on either side of them.
Okay, thank you. And so the front yard setbacks would still be dependent on the neighboring properties? Is that, and so?
Yes.
Okay, and so then as far as the front yard setbacks and the side windows and the decks and all that are those kind of considerations for infill, are those specific to the neighborhood overlay, or are those requirements for infill throughout the entire city?
So
what I'm trying to get at is, sorry, yeah, like what, because we obviously have infill regulations for the rest of the city. And so what will be unique if these recommendations are approved about the established neighborhood overlay area?
Okay, sure. Thank you for the clarification on that. So really the difference between a building pocket and an LDR is really easy. I can just tell you, here's your front yard, your backyard, your two sides. I don't even need to tell you that, because it's right there in the land use bylaw. It's right in front of you. Application is very straightforward. When we're talking about the infill and when it gets triggered, obviously development officer would still likely need to assist you to determine that front yard setback. There's the other extra kind of checks and balances would be the fact that we do require these extra kind of engineering drawings, and that we also, even for permitted use, do have that additional consideration that we can put towards it as it relates to the aesthetics, the impact, the privacy, the window placement. But subsidiary accessory things like decks, a detached garage, a gazebo, those would still all kick back to standard land use bylaw, like what anyone else in any other neighborhood could do. It's really mostly, it's that principal dwelling that is covered by the ENO, or that established neighborhood section.
Okay, thank you. Okay, back to parking for a sec. Most of the recommendations, the first 3 recommendations on parking, for the lost my page here, but essentially the moving to 0.9, that all appears to be driven to a large extent based on the data and what we found in the survey and what we found in the study, and is backed up by what's actually being used, right sizing, you called it. The one around reducing visitor parking stalls for affordability, is that for affordable housing? Is that based on any kind of right sizing or current usage or data, or is it purely, that recommendation purely driven just by a desire to try and increase affordability of those units?
Thank you, Councillor Kortash. Once again, I'll defer to my colleague Deep at WSP. Just to preface what I trust he can share, when we examined the parking regulations of our municipal peers, it is extremely challenging to sort of compare apples with oranges. One municipality might look at number of units, whereas another municipality might look at gross floor area. Another might be, net area. So to try and compare, again, apples to apples it's impossible. So Deep, I'll perhaps ask you to supplement because there is some math involved in how we came up with this number based upon viewing and attempting to compare apples to apples to the best extent possible. I trust we still have Deep on the call. There we go.
Yes, I'm there. Thank you, Councillor Kortash, for the question. So for the visitor parking requirements, like I mentioned before, it was only for affordable housing, and the sites that we looked at, only 2 of them have had affordable housing, and when we collected the parking data, we didn't really differentiate between visitor parking and resident parking. So we came up with the recommendation for visitor parking, first of all, based on the affordability objective, and also considering the best practices and the jurisdictional scan. Among the jurisdictions that we looked at, most of them, for this specific use, most of them had the rate per dwelling unit, which was a little bit easier compared to some of the other ones that Craig talked about, where the rates were based on like different types of units. And based on that, the range that we found, 1 per dwelling unit was kind of on the lower end of the range. And we thought if we match it with that, which was there for like 2 to 3 jurisdictions, we thought that it would be a suitable one. So it was based on the jurisdictional scan and the best practices.
Turn my microphone off. Okay, so just make sure I understood that the jurisdictional scan. So based on what others are doing, the recommendation is that we would have fewer parking spaces for affordable housing developments. Now, I don't think that's to suggest that people in affordable housing developments have fewer friends than those that aren't in affordable housing developments. It's really just based on what, so it's driven by what other municipalities are doing and by a desire to be able to develop things more affordably.
That's true. And in fact, some of these municipalities, they also have specific zones where they have specific rates for affordable housing. So we looked at those separate zones as well. Like I think Fort Saskatchewan and Strathcona County, they have a couple of zones like that. So yes, these are visitor parking requirements that we looked at specific to affordable housing and not like apartments overall. So these were specific targeted rates for affordable housing that we looked at in other municipalities.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cortash. If I might jump in, just for I have a question that's pretty simple. In regards to parking, this is the minimum parking requirement for developers. They could make more if they wanted. That correct? Like,
Correct,
okay.
Councillor.
And then just regarding the fourplexes, I just wanted to confirm, a fourplex has to have a back alley or back entrance?
I appreciate that question because I would like to clarify something. So short answer is yes. In St. Albert, the regulations require them to be a corner lot and have rear lane access.
Okay.
So in the low density residential district, those are discretionary opportunities. In the lane lot residential district, which pertains more to newer neighborhoods, I think Jensen Lakes, Riverside, they are permitted uses. Just while my mic's on, I did want to clarify something that I've heard council use this term interchangeably. So maybe if I can just clarify, the fourplexes, as you've just questioned. So when we talk about a fourplex, what administration is referring to is a single building that contains 4 units, just like a triplex would be a single building with 3 units. Some today have just mentioned, inadvertently mentioned a fourplex when they're actually referring to the separate topic of 4 units as of right, or 4 units per lot. So we're not talking about the latter today, the 4 units per lot. That's what's going to be coming before council later this year. Standing committee of the whole at some point, I would suspect late spring, early summer, and then a council decision closer to September. Today, we're not talking about that. So we're not talking about, singles or semis with basement suites or garden suites. Those recommendations are still unfolding. You'll get a chance to weigh in on that later. Today, we're just talking about the parking requirements for these fourplexes. The fourplexes are already allowed. They're already in the land use bylaw. Again, though, only if it's laned, a corner lot, and of course, it's discretionary for the vast majority of the established neighborhoods. Just wanted to get that clarification in there because there's been a bit of inadvertent using that term interchangeably. So just want to make sure everyone's on the same page.
Thank you for that. And I was going to confirm with you, like, aren't fourplexes already approved? Okay. I'll go over to Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So spillover parking. And I'm thinking in particular about a group of apartment buildings that are currently being constructed in Riverside, adjacent to McKinney. I believe there's 5. I had to stop at the light there on Saturday. So I did a quick, how many units might be in this building? And my quick math indicated that if in fact the developer, those are all rental units, if in fact the developer chose to go with the 0.9, if we approve this, there would be approximately 100 cars. If everyone had 2 vehicles in that apartment building in each dwelling unit, there would be over 100 cars on the street or potentially flowing into the commercial sites beside it. I'm concerned about how we're going to address that because across the street from that is single family homes. We have transit there. We have snow removal. We've got other things that are going on. How does this, if the developer chose not to assign 2 parking units per dwelling unit, if they actually went with this, how does the city expect to evaluate and mitigate the spillover impacts on the surrounding streets that are ultimately going to affect Is there any plan? How do we do that?
Thank you, Councillor Clark. And I'll perhaps put Mr. Schick on standby. I would say, first of all, I'm not acquainted with that particular site. I would say that the land use bylaw regulations that are already in effect, as well as the ones that we're proposing to amend today, all of those are backed by a tremendous amount of research, data, observations. And so when that apartment was built, it would have had a minimum parking supply that developer would have had to put in. If you're seeing what you've called spillover parking onto the street, sometimes that is just a part of urban life. There are cars parked on the street in low density homes where people don't park in their driveways or garages either. So there's that side of things. As for your question about monitoring it and doing finding other remedies, if it came to it, there are options or transportation or public operations teams would have up their sleeves, such as looking at on-street parking limitations, such as time limits, for example. We do have some residential parking permit programs. My understanding is we're certainly not looking into those details as part of these amendments today, but if Mr. Schick is on the call, perhaps he could elaborate on what has been done in other neighborhoods.
Thank you. And just for clarity, I believe that there could be considerations with any kind of multifamily sites, whether or not the parking is with the actual dwelling unit or not. In the case, the example that you may have referenced, it could be a case that the parking stalls are not bundled with the actual unit, which means they're paying additional for parking, to which some users may opt not to do that. And thus we have some, influence and impacts on the surrounding area. So it's not a case that stalls may not have been constructed and are on site, but there's certain payment plans that may be part of it as part of for the residents of that site. Specific to possible implications, I'd say right now our residential permit parking program is more so focused on land uses that have significant continuous high volume use, like around the hospital. We have high schools in the permit parking. We don't have it as residential. We don't include residential considerations of any type of land use within permit parking associated right now. So, and we don't have any recommendations at this time to amend that, change that. So at this point in time, it'd be largely on-street parking. We have to recognize is public parking, as much as homeowners or residents like to view it as that's applicable to their parking stall. It's not, it's public space. It's available for any or all road users, subject to them parking legally as per our traffic bylaw. So at this point in time, I'd say there's no direct, plans or impacts that we see any kind of immediate operational aspects of restricting parking or applying permit parking of the sort with these land use changes, land bylaw changes.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay, I'm going to head over to Councillor Hughes.
Okay, and then hopefully we'll hear from the public and keep moving forward. But nonetheless, this is, as you can tell, a very passionate topic for most of us. Okay, so the overlay, I'm wondering, the purpose of the overlay is to do what exactly?
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. So again, 20 years ago when it was introduced, completely different era, if I may say so, it was intended to enable compatible development and inversely avoid incompatible development, to encourage a more consistent streetscape. That again, I use that term of order and variety, and those types of considerations. Fast forward though to the present day, as my colleagues and I have been attempting to communicate, those regulations set 20 years ago, as Edmonton found out, are no longer working for resident needs, the real estate industry needs. Building codes have changed, demographics are changing. Those bungalows that might have been built, say in the 60s, some even earlier than that, they get to a point where it makes more financial sense to demolish it and rebuild than to continue to renovate. These regulations, though, are unviable for the needs of today in many instances. And so that's what the E&O intended to do. It's no longer achieving its intended purpose. And again, Edmonton got rid of it. So infill and greenfield development in Edmonton is now identical. Here, again, we're not looking to get rid of it, just tweak it, so to speak.
Because what I'm wondering is, it sounds like it's like a protective mechanism in some cases. So why would we not want to increase it to broader areas of the city?
Through the chair to Councillor Hughes, again, I think the bottom line, it comes down to it not being viable. So there's a reason why, for example, in the city of Edmonton, there's been a boom in infill development, whether we're talking everything from singles to semis to townhomes versus in St. Albert. One of those reasons is because Edmonton got rid of their mature neighborhood overlay. We still have an established neighborhood overlay that is getting in the way of what developers need to do in order to turn a profit. Developers are going to go where they can, rightly or wrongly, maximize profits and minimize surprises and delays. And we're looking to adjust those regulations to ensure it is viable for whether it's a resident looking to expand, a developer looking to build something new. Once again, I'll say again, the regulations already allowed in the low density residential district, those aren't changing. All these things are already allowed. All these things could be built in a lot of established neighborhoods today already, unless their neighboring property triggered otherwise. And that's what that's what all of this is about.
Right, because I'm just thinking like a lot of the neighborhoods that are not in there are larger lot neighborhoods, like Oakmont, Kingswood, all the estates. The word estate does not mean small. So all of these have larger lots already. And so are we seeing the infill happening in those lots then?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Hughes. I'll respond at a high level and perhaps defer to my colleague, Ms. Thompson. But the neighborhoods identified through the established neighborhood overlay, yes, they have larger lots, but they also have older housing stock. So there's more redevelopment potential, let's say in Mission, than there is in Oakmont as of now. And just to reiterate, we're not proposing to remove the E&O because it still provides value. And I would suggest it's in keeping with our MDP policy. So if you look at our MDP policies under the neighborhood section, it speaks to appropriate transitions in height, scale, and design, general compatibility, a consistent streetscape. So when we talk about not making any changes to the front yard setback, that's to ensure that there's a certain rhythm and continuous development and built form to the street, so which provides a consistent streetscape.
Okay, I understand. I just, so what is it, if we take this and move it up to 3.66 meters, so basically you can throw another story up there. What is still in the overlay other than just, is that the only thing, is the 3.66 or, and then there's a whole list of things they have to meet with the compliance of the neighbors if it's over that. Okay, I understand. I just heard Councillor Courthouse kind of answer my question. When it comes to the parking, why did we compare Maple Ridge and Mississauga to us?
Thank you, Councillor. I'll ask Deep to perhaps respond. I will say once again, you know, it is extremely difficult to compare apples to apples, given not only the way different municipalities regulate parking, but differences in geographic realities, socioeconomic realities, and the like. Deep, perhaps you could supplement on why the municipalities we chose were chosen.
Sure. Thanks, Councillor Hughes, for the question. So it was difficult for us to find similar municipalities, like Craig said, but to do an apples to apples comparison. It was very difficult for us to find similar municipalities which have specific requirements targeted for affordable housing. So we tried to look at a range of municipalities across the country. And most of the ones where we found that they have affordable housing rates are the ones in BC. So if you see the ones that we have looked at, we did look at the ones in the Edmonton metropolitan region as well, but they had some specific zones like Strathcona County and Fort Saskatchewan, which are specific zones where they have affordable housing rates. But other than that, very few of them have specific rates for affordable housing. So most of the ones we found were in BC. And that's why we looked at all those different jurisdictions. But we did point out that if we look specifically at the EMR jurisdictions, this is what we are getting. And if we look at all the jurisdictions, this is the range that we are finding.
Okay, so you didn't include Airdrie. Are they not trying to do any infill there?
Airdrie doesn't have specific rates for affordable housing.
Interesting. And no other places in Alberta did? Like you just listed a few to the north and the east, but you didn't,
we tried to look at a whole range of municipalities, went through those land use bylaws. But again, there might be a ton of municipalities and we may have missed out on one, but we tried to do an exhaustive scan as much as possible.
Okay. I find it very unusual that we choose two that I really don't think are similar to St. Albert, Maple Ridge and Mississauga. I just talked to somebody, my daughter spoke to somebody yesterday who is renting a place in Mississauga. They're paying $4,200 a month for a 2-bedroom apartment. Like, I'm challenged to see how we're similar.
Yes, that's true. And that's why we looked at a whole range of municipalities and just not those few ones. But like I said, most of the ones that we found which had specific rates for affordable housing were the ones in BC. Mississauga was the only one we looked at in Ontario. And then all the other ones are in Alberta.
Okay. Thank you. I was just going to
Councillor, if I may, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
I would just add to supplement there. Not only did WSP look at these other municipalities, and you know, we could debate on the merits of each of them, but I would argue that it was going out on site to say, hey, if we were to do as they do, what would it actually look like at these 10 apartment sites in St. Albert? And still, we found that those parking lots, as is today, they were still only 71% full. And yet we're looking to just adjust those parking rates, for example, by 10%. So that on-site data collection, that was sort of our check and balance, acknowledging that whether you're looking at a Beaumont or Leduc or Saanich or Mississauga, we wanted to actually test it in the real world in St. Albert to see what does this actually look like, if that provides a bit more comfort. Thank you.
So regarding that, there's no differentiation between resident and visitor parking. So how are we so confident that we need to reduce the resident parking when it could actually be the visitor parking that was mostly empty at that time?
That is correct, Councillor. The study is not able to distinguish some apart. Again, it's back to that apples to apples situation. Some apartments will have designated visitor stalls. Some is just a giant free for all. Others have park anywhere. Others, you know, if you're in unit 27, you park and stall 27. Others you pay for, others you don't pay for. So looking at these 10 diverse apartments, some in inner neighborhoods, some in outer neighborhoods, some brand new, some decades old, and looking across the country, that's how we came up with these numbers. And still, I would say, just adjusted it in a very conservative baby step type of a manner. Deep, anything you want to add here? I realize I'm going outside my area of subject matter expertise.
No, you are right, Craig. I just want to add to that when we looked at the mean and median based on the parking data that we collected, we looked at it overall, and then we just subtracted the minimum parking requirement for visitors based on the land use bylaw. I'm going to the numbers, but just trying to explain it. And then we found that like 0.85, 0.86, this 0.86, 0.87, this was kind of the range based on that mean and median. And then only we made the adjustments. We didn't want to just put a random number like that, so we just rounded it up to 0.9.
Okay. I'm going to tell you, here's my problem, okay? Is that statistics can be manipulated 9 ways from Sunday. And so for us to say that the parking lot is 86% full when you have assigned parking does not tell me that every single person who has a unit does not use their parking stall. That's a large leap to make, to say, I went here on a Thursday at 7 and the entire parking lot was not there. I don't know why we'd expect an entire parking lot to be there at 7 o'clock. People have lives. And then from that, we're saying, so clearly, everybody does not need a parking stall if they have an apartment building. That is a very large leap to make, to go from saying that they weren't there at 7 to 9 for whatever reason. Maybe they're playing softball. I don't know. And then they came, and because they weren't there, they clearly never needed the parking stall the other 23 hours a day or any of the other days of the year. So we're taking statistics and we're using them to justify decisions, but in reality, we haven't looked at the full picture. We're looking at a tiny dot and then saying that this is clearly an elephant when all we're looking at is a small piece of skin. Now, the next thing I wanted to ask you is specifically about the affordability. On your slide, you mentioned that if we reduced it by 10 units and 100, that we would have it down by 450,000 units. So if we took that and said there's 100 units, then if we remove the parking for underground parking, they would save $4,500 off of their pricing. Is that correct? We have 100 units. We take 10 off. It's $45,000 a unit. They would save $4,500 off the price of that apartment. Is that correct?
Councillor, I don't know if it's always like mathematically, I see where you're going with that. I don't know that it's always that cut or dry. I recall this topic came up at Standing Committee of the Whole, and I recall Mr. Fletcher pointed out, you know, administration can't control the market. We can't control what a real estate agent, a developer will do when it comes to their final sale price. They could hypothetically pocket all of those savings themselves. They could pass on some of it to the customer. They could price it a little bit lower than regional competition so that they can get a quicker sale. We can't control that, but what we are looking to do is just apply this tool among our broader toolkit, again, to just address affordability, diversity, and supply from multiple angles, recognizing that, as I said in November, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts.
Right.
So the math, 1 + 1 isn't always 2 in developer pro forma considerations.
So, okay, so then that's very true. They could save the $4,500 and still charge the same price for the apartment building. So effectively, we didn't decrease affordable housing, or the developer chose not to. We just lowered the standard for what they were providing for the same price. But specifically what I asked was, the cost to the developer, based on the numbers you gave me, appeared to be $4,500 less if we were to reduce it by 10 parking stalls and they were underground parking.
Point of order.
I'm asking.
Point of order.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm gonna, sorry,
no,
Councilor Mackay.
my point of order is you're asking administration to extrapolate on what a potential developer could or could not do. So, I mean, you're putting administration in a no-win spot. So, I mean, I understand what you're trying to do, but you're saying just because they say that it could decrease the cost of a developer building doesn't mean that there's there could be multiple factors. We have to
We're
be
talking
very
about
careful.
parking right now.
I respectfully, I do think we will have a chance to go into debate, and feeling like this is maybe feeling like we're a little bit like debate. So
They gave us numbers, and I'm asking to verify what those numbers meant per unit. That's all I was asking.
But they don't have that.
They
say
have the
no,
numbers.
they
They
say
said
it
the
could cost
savings.
up to, I'm not, sorry, a point of order still.
I can't. stand it.
They're saying that it could cost up to 45,000. They can't say what unit. They don't know what each unit contains. They don't know if it's a 2-bedroom unit, a 1-bedroom unit, if it has whatever. I mean, that's all they're saying. They say it could impact the price of a development. That's all they're saying.
And I was asking what the maximum impact.
I think Councillor Hughes, respectfully, I think we just need to rule on what Councillor Mackay's point of order, and I think we're gonna move on. Is that, can I move on to the next question, or?
So in terms of the procedure here, so there's a point of order. So that means the person who's making the point of order gets to speak to it, and then the chair makes a ruling on the point of order. So I think there was a ruling on the point of order that we should kind of save the kinds of comments for debate, potentially is what I had heard. And if that is true, then yes, it's okay to go back to finish questions.
Sure.
Okay, so
Yeah,
we'll.
no,
we'll
I have one
finish
more
questions.
question. So the parking reductions is good to one stall for regardless number of bedrooms, or is it just for a one bedroom? For apartments?
That is regardless of the number of bedrooms.
So in other communities, I'm seeing that they come in at 1.5 for 2 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms. So we could have a 3-bedroom unit and their minimum parking will be changed to, if this passes, to 0.9 parking stalls. Is that correct?
That is correct, Councillor Hughes, and perhaps I'll ask Ms. Dupuis or Ms. Thompson to correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I believe under a former version of our land use bylaw, we did previously regulate parking. So the greater number of bedrooms, the greater number of parking stalls. Ms. Dupuis, are you able to elaborate on why we made that change with the new land use bylaw last year?
Yes, thank you. So our old land use bylaw, I call it old, but it was bylaw 9, 2005. It did regulate apartment parking by the number of bedrooms that were in that apartment unit. So bachelor suites and 1-bedrooms required 1 parking space. 2-bedroom units required 1.5 parking spaces, and then 3 or more bedroom units required 2 parking spaces. We did reduce all of that in 2004 to a blanket 1 space per dwelling unit. And then we also gave a bonus for studio suites. So at that time, we felt that that was a moderate approach to parking reductions to allow easier apartment developments where we know that some of that surface parking takes up a large portion of that site.
And Councillor, if I may, just to supplement, so as a result, as an outcome of those 20-year-old or so land use bylaw regulations, this parking study undertaken by WSP, this is why we've discovered only a 71% utilization rate. We have been requiring too many parking stalls by doing it, I'll call it the old way, based on the number of bedrooms. The more bedrooms, the more stalls you need. In reality, what it showed, I believe the number is that the mean was I think 0.5 stalls per unit. The median was 0.87, or it might have been the other way around. So we're looking to make the minimum, the proposed minimum is still greater slightly than the median and the mean of what we have just observed. So I would submit that the way it was regulated previously, we've demonstrated that that has, it is wasting, I would say, 1/3 of that parking lot that's backed up by data not being utilized. A finding consistent with that City of Edmonton study in 2017 that was much more comprehensive as well.
You
If I can, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just realized this. So the parking, I'm trying to find the page where we had that parking study results. So please, if you have the page number, please give it to me. How many of the parking lots that we measured were using 1 parking stall per unit as their standard? Because like Alpine Place was made 30, 40 years ago, the parking standards were significantly higher than the standard of 1 unit per stall when you're telling me that we're only 71% utilized.
Thank you, Councillor. Perhaps my colleagues can supplement. I don't have that number off the top of my head, but recognizing that some of these apartments were built several decades ago, and given that we found that the parking lots were only 71% full, as the worst case scenario, by the way, many were less than that. That's why we're only looking to shave that number down by 10%, from 1 stall per unit to 0.9. We're not looking to go 29% lower, for example, recognizing that some of these apartments that were surveyed did indeed require additional stalls based upon the regulation in effect at the time. Hope that clarifies. Ms. Thompson, I see you popped on.
How many were built in the past 5 years?
I believe I have that information somewhere, Councillor Hughes.
What page is the parking study on? I'm still trying to find it. Forgive me.
Deep, do you have that information readily available on the age of buildings? I know we
Yes,
have it.
I do. I do. The only one that was built in the past 5 years was Solis Cheru. That was built in 2020. All the other ones were built prior to that.
So we were comparing the vacancy rate for properties that were built, oh, here we go, 98, 72, 1997. These were all when the parking numbers were significantly higher than what we've already have regulated.
That is correct. And if you check table 14 of the parking study, it has the parking supply per dwelling unit for each of these apartments that we looked at. And for each of them, you can see that the minimum one is 1.51 for Altor. All the other ones are higher than 1.51 in terms of parking supply per dwelling unit.
So when you did the math, did you assume that it would be 1 unit per parking stall and then compared it?
No,
Or
we
did you
just looked
take it
at the
against
overall.
total?
We
Okay,
just
sorry.
looked at the overall supply.
So you're justifying reducing it by another 0.1 based on numbers of parking standards that were decades old and significantly higher. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, but we are looking at the supply as a whole. We are not going in, we are not reducing it based on the supply per dwelling unit. We are looking at the supply as a whole. And even if those many number of spaces were provided based on the higher requirement from the older bylaw, still we found that only 71%, that was the maximum utilization that we found among all the different sites that we looked at. 71% was the highest utilization percentage on a weekday or a weekend.
71% of the total number of stalls or the total number of stalls based on number of units that want a unit?
No, 71% based on the total number of stalls.
Okay, so 71% of 151
that is correct.
is 100 versus 71% of 100 if we had 100 stalls. So you're justifying reducing it by 0.9 based on numbers that are not based on 1.0 as your basis?
1.0 was only approved last year based on the bylaw, so it's difficult to find new sites based on that. The sites that we looked at, the parking is more than if you had considered 1.0. So overall, you are still looking at a large number of spaces, and still you find that the utilization is so low.
Why didn't we?
And again, remember,
extrapolate it?
we are discussing parking minimums. We're not talking, you know, developers can come in and put in higher amounts of parking. So
Yeah.
this is just looking at the minimums. It would depend on the market that they're looking for.
Why didn't we change the number to compare it to if we did the minimum at 1.0 versus the number of units, number of parking units at that moment? Why didn't we modify and say, okay, yeah, we're allowing a 1.5 on average, but going forward, we're allowing a 1. So let's compare it at a 1 and see what our vacancy rate is. Why was that not chosen to be how it was demonstrated?
Yeah, I think, Counselor, to your point, that was not the methodology used. So I can't answer why. I take your point.
That methodology is severely flawed then, and we're basing all of our decisions on methodology that's not comparing it. One more question. Why was this not brought before SCOW first? As you can tell, this has become a 4-hour public hearing with no end in sight. Why was this not brought before SCOW?
Yeah, I'll bring that on, Counselor, because it's proper for a public debate. And so, again, from an administrative perspective, we feel these are prudent suggestions. Like, again, Council will determine what they are. And so they were brought forward for a public hearing.
Okay, honestly, this should have come before SCOW and then come before for a public hearing because it would have saved us a bit of pain today. That's it. Thank you.
And respectfully, that's a decision for Agenda Committee. Thank you.
Okay, I think Councillor Birmansky has a question.
Thank you. Just 2 more things. It was mentioned in the backgrounder that, well, first of all, I'll mention that you're saying that it'll help developers because we need development. We need it in St. Albert as much as Edmonton needs it, but not as much is kind of where you're sitting right now, sort of easing your way into it. You had mentioned that 20 developers or builders were approached and you only had a reply from 6 of them. So, you know, I believe maybe support or whatever, but if there's a need, would you have you heard from developers prior to approaching them or?
Thank you, Councillor Bermansky. And again, I'll turn to Ms. Thompson to supplement. I would say, yes, we have had over multiple years feedback from the development industry. The questionnaire, admittedly, yet 6 responses seems like low uptake. I would point out the letter of support from Build Edmonton Metro, which represents the entire development community. So this has been something that it's been a bit of an ongoing conversation for multiple years. Those questionnaires were really just a check and balance to see if administration's leaning, if our gut feeling for how to remedy this, if we were on the right track. They confirmed that we were. We proceeded accordingly. Ms. Thompson, do you have anything to add in terms, Ms. Thompson pointed out she was here back in 2006 and has no doubt had many conversations about changes to regulations of all sorts. So Ms. Thompson, perhaps you can supplement on what you've been hearing from whether it's developers, builders, residents, based on your time with the city.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Walker. So yeah, I mean, the survey that Mr. Walker's team did related to the infill guidelines, it's the same messaging that we do hear from whether it's you know, an individual person who's wanting to build an infill home to a builder, et cetera. The regulations can be seen as confusing, difficult to interpret, hard to apply, restrictive. Those are the comments that we hear again and again, that it would be nice if they could calculate their own building pocket without having us to be engaged in that and calculating that out for them, as well as the extra step of having to do an infill review as part of it to get that. So yes, the results from that questionnaire, even it was like a smaller reply, it exactly supported what we've heard over the time that the infill guidelines have been in place.
Okay, thank you. And my last question, you know, I've had a lot of feedback from people that I know that live in particular areas in Edmonton, and there seems to be a lot of mistakes have happened and a lot of dissension in the community. And so I appreciate you trying to hold back from, you know, what they're doing in other areas or learn by failures, I guess. But how do you decide if we were to go forward right now? How I'm hearing this is it's administration putting these ideas forward to comply with the grants that we're getting, and there will be more things put forward in the future, September. How do you compare, like mentioned by Councillor Hughes, particularly to Edmonton when we're so close, that St. Albert's so different than Edmonton? Like where do you find the balance in those guidelines?
Thank you, Councillor Bermansky. So off the top, 2 specific examples I mentioned. In Edmonton, first of all, on parking, so they opted to get out of the business of regulating parking supply. We're not. We got a brand new land use bylaw a year and a half ago or so, adjusted those regulations. Again, today, we're looking to pursue what we perceive to be very minor adjustments based upon data, based upon our peer municipalities, rather than get out of the business of regulating parking. So I think that's one check and balance that can give council a lot of comfort, I would submit. Our director, Ms. Peter, popped on the call earlier and just clarified again, these are minimums. So if a developer who wants to sell their units as quickly as possible, if they know that their target customer is going to require more stalls or less stalls, they can always go above those minimums. We're looking to get those minimums right to ensure that development is viable in circumstances where it might not otherwise be viable. So we really took a bit of a made in St. Albert approach to this one. We didn't propose getting rid of our established neighborhood overlay. We're looking to adjust it and deferring to the low density residential district that already applies to all of these lots, unless there's a small bungalow next door. Given that existing bungalow within that next generation is also going to pursue redevelopment in many instances, I would submit.
Right.
So that's sort of our train of thought, and I'll ask Ms. Mahoney to supplement.
To supplement, thank you, Mr. Walker. I think our approach reflects the values of St. Albertans and what we cherish as a community. So for example, at the public engagement session that we held in November, it would have been nice to have more residents show up, but very grateful for the ones who did. And what I heard from several people was that they have lived in St. Albert for many, many years, and they are looking to downsize. And that's not possible due to the cost of another dwelling unit, or just we don't have what they're looking for or what they need. So for example, maybe they're looking to downsize to a smaller unit without any stairs. They so desperately want to stay in the community of St. Albert, but there's just not the housing options as they desire.
Yeah.
If I may,
Maybe I could just offer very quickly. I think, there's some context setting here. Again, what's being brought forward is administrator's recommendation, right, from an affordability and an increased, set of choices, right, in terms of built form. Fundamentally, that's what this comes from. Again, I think it's important. The HAF didn't designate the targets that we're going to set outside of the four as a right, which is a subsequent discussion, right? These are initiatives that we've taken to determine where we think, improvements could be made. It is worth noting, that both federal parties have said municipalities are the problem. The provincial government is on record as saying municipalities are the problem. So we can't control the market. We can't control what developers will choose to do. But these are also prudent mechanisms that we think, sort of get the city a little bit out of the way of being seen as the problem, right? And so they are able to incent or assist with the potential for those outcomes I said. Again, we only control the levers that we can control at the end of the day. Yeah.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So your reference to table 14 in the parking assessment made me realize one more question. So we've analyzed 10 buildings. We've calculated the peak parking utilization in the last column. Correct me if I'm wrong. But 3 out of those 10 buildings have less than 1 parking stall requirement in peak parking times, which tells me that 70% of these buildings, the residents are utilizing at least 1 parking stall at peak times daily, which really causes me some concern that we're going to ultimately reduce the availability, because 70% of St. Albert, I'm gonna broad brush it. It looks like 70%. Am I correct? Am I reading this right?
We're just looking into that, Councillor Clark. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I was just finding table 14 in our package here. Deep, perhaps I could ask you to pop in again. Councillor Clark, would you mind just clarifying that question for us?
Well, the column on the right, calculated peak parking utilization spaces per dwelling unit. Of those 10 buildings that you have compared, every one of them except for 3 have a peak parking utilization of at least 1 parking space per dwelling unit.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Clark. So that column that you are looking at, that's the total peak parking utilization, including both residents and visitors. So that includes the visitor parking as well, as we didn't differentiate between residents and visitors. So if you add the visitor parking on top of the 0.9 minimum that we are recommending, then you will go above 1. So the minimum for visitors for apartments is 0.14, which is 1 space per 7 dwelling units. So if you add it to 0.9, then it goes over 1, so it's 1.04.
Okay, but with all due respect, you said that you, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe I heard that you said you weren't able or you didn't differentiate between visitor parking and resident parking. Am
In the
I cor-
survey, that is
In the
correct.
survey. But then you're asking us, you're telling us that we've only got a utilization of 0.9, when in fact, these all could be residents that are parked there because you're not able to eliminate the visitor parking that ultimately could have been impacting the numbers. Am I reading this wrong?
It could have been, but we
But you're not able to confirm that one way or the other. Right now, it looks like
that is correct.
each building needs at least one parking stall per dwelling unit.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll go to Councillor Cortash.
Sorry, yeah, just a quick, I know earlier Councillor Hughes and I had similar questions, and Councillor Hughes made a comment that I answered something kind of sidebar here, and I just wanted public record. We were both asking about what does the established neighborhood overlay still protect if we make these changes, and I had made a list, so staff could maybe correct me, but front rear access would be protected. So on streets like Mount Royal where there's a lane in the back, you wouldn't be able to have a front drive, like you have to protect certain access, front and rear access, setbacks are protected, landscaping, drainage, requirements are protected in the established neighborhood overlay, windows, lighting, deck requirements, what else, site servicing plan. So those things are all still protected in the established neighborhood overlay, if I'm not mistaken. So just wanted to clarify, that's what I had commented here. That correct, I'm assuming?
That is correct, Councillor Cortash. Thanks for the question.
Thank you.
Okay, so I don't see any more questions from council, so I'm going to move on to the public input. So I will note that there was one written submission that was received, and they were included in our agenda package. And then we will now hear from, let me see, I'm sorry, is it Carrie Ralph?
Yes, correct.
And I believe Carrie, they are online?
Yeah, can you hear me or?
Yes, we can hear you. Carrie, whenever you're ready, you can go ahead.
Okay, I'd just like to say good afternoon, Mayor, members of City Council, and honored guests, and thank you for having me. I'm really nervous now, so just bear with me.
Carrie,
so-
just want to note, sorry, Carrie, we can't see you. Do you have your camera on?
I do. I'm really sick. I can put it on, though.
Okay, no problem.
Don't mind me. Okay, so my name's Carrie, and I'm here to respectfully ask that the pigeons be amended or removed from the land use bylaw under livestock. Pigeons are domestic animals that have been bred by humans for centuries for companion, homing, carrier, high flyers, shows, and other purposes. The pigeons we see on the street are not wild, but they are domestic birds that were abandoned. My family has 3 domestic pigeons who live indoors with us as companion, support, and family members. My roommate actually has an irreplaceable strong bond with one of the pigeons that has become essential to both his and the pigeon's emotional well-being and daily stability. If we're forced to give up our pigeons, my roommate would not be able to remain living in our home and have no choice but to move due to his strong bond. And this would cause him some significant emotional and personal hardship, as he's been a longstanding responsible member of St. Albert, and he loves living here. Our pigeons are cared for under an avian exotic specialist vet and play an important role in supporting our mental health. They are actually sold in special pet stores and are widely recognized as companion animals. Our other municipalities, such as Edmonton, allow 75 pigeons per household, recognizing their domestic nature, as well as Calgary recognizes pigeons as domestic pets with responsible ownership. Morinville allows up to 20 pigeons as pets if they're in a suitable living environment, and as many more municipalities. Doves and rabbits are also domestic animals and may warrant similar consideration within the bylaw. Keeping our pigeons means keeping a source of comfort and stability that truly matters to my family. I respectfully ask that we be allowed to keep our beloved 3 pigeons and that others be given the opportunity to enjoy pigeons as pets as well. I believe reasonable regulations such as limits on the number of pigeons, rabbits or doves in a household, and licensing fees could be implemented. Even this small change or amendment would be huge for us. And I just thank you for your time and your consideration. And if you have any questions, I'm open to them.
Thank you, Carrie. And thank you for being so patient with us today and staying online for so long. So I appreciate that. I do think we have a few questions, so I'll go over to Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, thanks for coming, Carrie. I guess, has there been an issue where someone's complained about the birds or what?
What happened was I had a falling out with a friend in the summer, and she came to my house, threatened to kill me and destroy me, and I filed a police report. And she knows how much my birds mean to me, so she called bylaw, and bylaw came in. They saw my other birds are fine, but pigeons. Constable Sergeant Rutland came back and said pigeons are considered livestock unless they're domesticated. So I'd have to rehome them. And then I was guided to write to you guys and just basically plead my case and ask to have them like stricken from the livestock bylaw so people can enjoy them as pets.
Do you have a deadline where you have to comply by at this moment, or? it's just
March
simply a
3rd,
warning?
March 31st.
March 31st.
Yeah.
Okay. This is a little bit like out in left field, like where I think everyone here is surprised by this topic. So I'm not even
Yep.
sure how specific, I guess I'll ask administration, but if we were to comply with this, we have very little time to think about it. And I also just don't know exactly where. So, okay, well, thank you for that. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I have one question. How do you prove, or it's a tough question. How do you show that a pigeon is domesticated or not domesticated if it lives in your home? I feel like it's domesticated if it lives in your home.
Well, they all are domesticated, like for centuries. Like in the war, they bred them for carriers to send messages. And then just over the years, like, in Home Alone, the Lady and the Pigeon Lady or whatever, those ones are like people just abandon them and toss them to the side, and then they bred. But the ones you get for your home, or there's lots of breeders, and like Mika's Safe House in Sherwood Park has pigeons, and they're all domesticated. It's just same with rabbits, same with doves. It's just some have been abandoned and then they just reproduce and live in the wild. So even though they're wild, they're still domestic. Like I don't know.
Okay, I'll move over to Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Carrie. Just a question, can you purchase a domesticated pigeon through a pet store? I mean, you can buy a rabbit through a pet store, can you?
Yes. Mika's Bird House in Sherwood Park sells, they have pigeons, doves, macaws, cockatiels, conures, it's all birds. And they do sell pigeons that are all domestic and they have to stay indoors. And then some breeders sell pigeons for like outside in a coop, and they teach them to high fly and come back, and they're considered domestic because they come back to the house. But yeah, you can get them in pet stores. Actually, Mika's Birdhouse has, if you look under Mika's safe house, you can click on doves and pigeons and you can scroll down and they even have them for sale there.
Okay, and are your birds caged within your house? Do they fly free?
They fly free when we're home and they hang out with us. Like they'll watch TV with us or, and then at night they're caged.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I think we have one more question by Councillor Hughes.
Sure.
Thank you. How many birds do you have? I'm just curious, because you mentioned you had other birds. Just how many do you have?
I have 8 cockatiels and the 3 pigeons.
Okay. And how long have you had the pigeons?
About 4 years.
4 years. Okay. Okay. I'll tell you that the challenge that we're going to have right now as a council is just that this was not anywhere on our radar today of what we were discussing.
Okay.
And it's not that we can't move it forward and stuff, but this was a brand new topic to us. And I'm not sure how we could get the land use bylaw changed later, though, in time for that March 31st deadline, just with the requirements, et cetera. It might be possible, but it could be very tight, just with when we normally meet and stuff like that. So just so that you have a realistic understanding of what we can and can't do and where we're at with that. But I appreciate you bringing this to us. It's interesting.
Would I be able to ask bylaw for an extension of maybe another month or something, just pending your decision? Because these birds, like they're so intelligent. They just, like, I have a special needs son and they just do so much for him. And they're just, I know this is an odd topic and people don't know, but there's over 300 breeds of pigeons. So it's quite huge.
I think we'll have to ask administration that question because I have no idea right now. This is brand new on our topics today.
Okay.
Councillor Mackay, did you have something you wanted to?
No, I was just going to suggest that's all you can do right at this particular time. And then if you put in an information request, looking at what would be the impacts of removing pigeons from livestock and adding them on to something like that, then that could potentially delay it. But you would have to have administration provide a backgrounder as to what the sergeant's timeline was and why that particular timeline was chosen, things like that.
Councillor Mackay, if I can interject, Chelsea Thompson from the Development Branch.
No, sorry.
Oh, sorry, go
I'm
ahead.
just going to jump in. I would like to respect the process still. So if it's okay, finish with the speaker and then if you've got questions for administration.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fletcher. I don't see any other questions. I know Mayor Olivieri is online, I don't see his hand up though, so I think we don't have anybody in the public galleries. So if somebody was online that wished to speak, I guess we would know already. And I believe that we have no more questions left for speakers, so we will move on to the next item, which would just be the last chance for questions for administration from council. So is there anybody else that has questions for administration?
Well, just respecting the process, Mr. Fletcher, I guess, and without knowing the background, without knowing all of that detail, if we put an information request in asking for additional information, what does that do? Would that, I mean, technically that could take weeks potentially, because we don't even know what enforcement action was taken, et cetera, et cetera. So suggestions.
Yeah, I think actually we do have some folks who can provide a little bit of context. So I'll turn it over to planning and development.
Yes, so thank you for the question. We were aware of this issue prior, so we are proposing a change to the livestock definition. So right now, livestock does include pigeons, it includes rabbits, and includes the word birds. And in some instances, people have kept those animals as domestic pets. So we're proposing with this bylaw to remove those words from the livestock definition so that they're not categorized as livestock.
However, that opens up Pandora's box, because you heard numbers here. Potentially you could have, I mean, under our current bylaw that regulates chickens, we do have a set number. So would that also be covered in the bylaw?
No, Councillor Mackay. So we are not proposing any numbers or limits or amendments to the animal bylaw or the hens bylaw. At this stage, we were just removing those words from the livestock definition and the land use bylaw.
Yeah, understood. My question would be more, could somebody open up a whole pigeon, I can't remember the name of a nut coop, but pigeon roost, and we could have, as you heard numbers, like you could have 30, 40, you could have a flock.
So the numbers that were referenced, we have looked into some of them. Edmonton does have limits within their animal bylaw. We could look at changes to our own animal bylaw, but that is not something that we have proposed today.
Okay, I don't want to go further under this. I was going to make a euphemism, but I'll quit that. I won't do that. But maybe we'll have to look at this in that nature. But I'm pleased at least we can respond to the Carrie, that at least this is being looked at anyways, if she's still online. I don't know if she's still online or not. So, all right, well, that's good news for her, I would assume. I mean, I guess does that take effect with some of the discussions we're having today in relation to this bylaw, right? Okay, so if we don't do this, if this bylaw doesn't move forward today, then everything's kind of back on the line.
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
Fair enough. Thank you. Just thanks for the clarification.
Thank you. I'll move over to Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for some clarification, now that it's come to light. So you're going to remove pigeons and you're putting fowl in. Is that not broad enough to encompass macaws and all of those? How do we differentiate between the tropical bird that somebody might ultimately have in their home and a pigeon that's been domesticated and lives within the home and in a cage? You've clarified to say this does not include a domestic pet, but do we have a definition of what a domestic pet is, so that it ultimately, if someone chose to have a pig within their house, because I know my cousin does in Saanich, like, are we going to have that kind of thing? And is there a way to actually clarify this going forward?
So thank you for the question. We do have a definition for domestic pet. However, we're not proposing that rabbits, pigeons, or birds be added to the domestic pet definition. So I understand that what we are creating is a gray area where there's discretion involved in looking at each case on a case-by-case basis as to the number of animals that are present and how the animals are housed.
And so Counselor, to your point, right, this is one of a number of bylaws. And so, you know, the change that we're proposing today sort of removes one of the barriers that was addressed as it relates to the land use bylaw. There is the animal bylaw, there's a number of others. And then there's the discretion of our municipal enforcement officers, right, who are always, you know, will choose kind of how they approach enforcement. So it is a much bigger question, to your point on that, right? Again, I think we recommend you know, carrying on with the amendment in this bylaw that we proposed today. You know, we'll be taking a look in a little bit detail where the rest of it sits, but it does then allow discretion to be exercised by our municipal enforcement folks, you know, in the shorter term. You know, that might be an IR if it was something you wanted to pursue beyond this pure definition component of it. But it touches more than one bylaw, right? It's a little more complex than it seems on the face of it, which I think is what you were driving at. How do we do it? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just concerned that people purchasing, you know, an exotic bird or something like that may get caught in the crossfire because it is so gray. And obviously fowl is much more broad than, okay, thank you.
Counselor Biermanski?
Thank you. Just one quick question for administration, which I did read about the birds and such in the backgrounder, but was it in section 1, like the clerical, or was it in, which section is it under? In clerical?
It's actually under definitions, which are part 7,
7, okay.
the end of the document.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
And I believe we have one more question from Counselor Hughes.
Yeah. So when I'm reading your proposed change, what page am I on? 293. So it says the livestock and we got horses, cattle, but then it says this does not include a domestic pet. So just to argue her case, like she's in her understanding, these pigeons are domestic pets. So I'm just wondering if this is necessary because I'm looking at saying it doesn't include domestic pet, and I just can't find another definition for domestic pet. But it would appear that these pigeons would fall under a domestic pet, like without actually, even though they're listed here. Like maybe I have a domestic fox, I don't know, but like, you know, like I could have that, and then would it not be still allowed, or no, because they're listed. Then why do we have that? This does not include domestic pet. Like what's the purpose of having those words there if we're, because it seems like that's like an exemption statement.
So I'll try and make a start and then I'll
Okay.
probably ask Ms. Thompson to assist me. So our domestic pet definition references dogs and cats specifically, and then any other household pets ordinarily kept within the confines of a dwelling unit. And so there's a bit of gray area in that definition of as well as to what ordinarily kept within a house means. And so it might be able to fall under that definition of domestic pet, but it might not. There's discretion. I would say that there's discretion and there's on a case-by-case basis, looking at each situation would be needed.
So if I can just jump in, there was actually a legal review of the definition of livestock and domestic pet. And so we recommended that we update the definition of livestock to change because it was the word pigeon was actually right in the definition of livestock. So that's why we're removing it to account for the fact that they may be domesticated pets in some instances. So this was, since the land use bylaw was coming in Q1 of 2026, we knew we could make the update at that time. So that's how we incorporated the change, taking into account this situation that the resident brought up.
Okay. So, because I feel like she could get out of it, quite frankly, without having this change. That's all I'm just looking at. I realize we have this coming in here, but just the unintended consequences and stuff. I had a neighbor, this was like before we put in the birds, the chickens bylaw, and he had a rooster and he kept it indoors. And we were told at that time, he can keep the bird, even though it does cock-a-doodle-doo every 45 seconds to let you know the sun is still up. Because he kept it indoors. So I'm just not sure if, I'm not going to fight this on this one thing here, but I'm just not sure if it's necessary for her to be able to keep the birds. It kind of feels like it was a gray area before we put this change in.
Well, yeah, Counselor, I think, you know, the analysis that was done based on both legal and in particular, again, I'd go back to, you know, municipal enforcement's judgment, right? Like we can't tell them how to do their jobs, right? Had resulted in where this sits. So this makes it easier, I think, for us to adjudicate this particular case on that case-by-case basis. And to your point, perhaps there's some additional clarity that we need to provide, right, as it relates across the bylaws. But the adjudication on this one, based on the complaint that was received and, you know, the call that was made was that this was in contravention to the bylaw.
As a council, could we also just do like put a motion for and say notwithstanding that these pigeons will be allowed in spite of the current bylaw? Let's just say that this doesn't pass today. I'm just trying to see if there's still a way to allow this woman to keep her pets if she so chose.
Marta can certainly jump in. I would be loath to do a one-off like that, though I understand the rationale behind it, right? But then where does it kind of stop on that? I'd rather look for a more systemic sort of solution to it.
I would,
right? Understanding that she's got till the end of March from a timeline perspective. Please go ahead, Ms. Caulfield.
No, I have nothing further to add. That's what I was going to say.
Okay, I understand that systemic is obviously better. I'm also just looking at the broader picture. We have no idea how this is going to go for the rest of the afternoon. So, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So for just, I don't see any other questions from council, and just for formality, I will note that there is nobody in the gallery. So if there was somebody that hasn't had a chance to speak yet from the public, I don't see anybody. So I think we would move on. I wanted to, before I ask for a motion to close the public hearing, I just wanted to thank Carrie for waiting online all day to bring this interesting topic up. And I wanted to thank Deep, I'm sorry, I don't remember his last name, for staying online with us today and answering so many questions. And thank you to administration for all the work for this today. And so with that, could I get a motion to close the public hearing? Councillor Mackay?
Yep, thank you. I didn't think we were ever going to get to this today. That the public hearing on bylaw 2/2026 be closed.
We'll go to vote. And that passes with everyone in favor. And before we move on, I think, would we be okay to take a quick 5-minute break? Would everybody be okay with that? Is that okay? Okay, we'll break for 5 minutes. Okay, I think we're all present again, and Mayor Olivieri is also online. So once, okay, so I think do we just go ahead now? Can I please get someone to make the motion for the first reading of bylaw 2, 2026? Okay, Councillor Mackay?
Yeah, I'm on a roll here. That bylaw 2/2026 being amendment 12 to land use bylaw 18/2024 be read a first time. No comments at this time.
And we'll call for the vote. And that vote passes unanimously. And so what
Keep on
will,
going. No, I'll keep going.
So I had some amendments.
Yeah, do you want me to do it? Do you want me to read it in the second time or do you want to do it now?
I think we'll do the second reading and then we'll go to debate and amendments. Is that correct? Yeah. And so we will just if you want to continue to read the second.
Sure. That bylaw 2/2026 be read a second time. I don't know if I'm going to get into many comments because there's going to be a bunch of amendments, so I'm not sure if I need to have opening, but I can certainly do closing if there's going to be an opportunity for closing.
Okay. And so at this point, we'll open it up for any questions. Sorry, for debate, yeah. I don't see any questions. Should we see if there's any amendments? Is that correct?
Yeah, I think as part of debate, if someone wants to bring up an amendment, they could bring it up forward and put it forward now.
Okay.
So I can bring them forward now. So I have 5 here, but if the first one passes, the other 4 are moot. So I'll read all 5 to you. That way you know what's going on. Okay, Chair. So that the proposed changes to bylaw 2/2026 is amended to remove all parking requirement changes. And if that one were to fail, then the other 4 would come into play, which is that I've individually listed each one, which is the proposed changes for bylaw 2/26 is amended to require the parking requirements for dwelling units apartment amended to 1 parking space per unit. And then it's done it again for the townhouses, 2 parking spaces, again for supportive living to maintain it at 1 parking space per unit. And then as well to change the non-affordable housing market for visitor parking to be maintained at 1 visitor space per 7 units. So it's basically maintaining the same standards as before. If we agree to the first one, it'll be a lot faster. If not, then we can do it one by one, if that makes sense. I've also emailed all of you, so you should see it in your inboxes.
Can I ask a question based to administration based on the amendments?
I believe
Yeah,
that's
I can.
okay. Yeah.
I can, but I'm just asking the chair to acknowledge. I guess back to administration. I mean, the recommendations in the motion that we have in front of us deal with kind of 3 sections. The housekeeping, which I think are very important. And then you've also got the E&O kind of changes that align it with LDR. Look at me with all the acronyms, holy. But again, if we remove the parking, I don't know what the implications of that are to the first two. And so my guess, would you be able to respond to that today, or do you need some time to respond to some of the implications potentially if we were to remove basically, the way I interpret that, Councillor Hughes, is we would just keep parking this way it is currently, correct? Would by doing that, does that change substantially any of the other issues in relation to housekeeping and on the overlay? Or do you need time?
Thank you, Councillor. I'll just defer to the team here if they can answer now or need more time. You know, again, they're presented as 3 distinct pieces. Your question's a good one. Are there any definition issues or anything that might, require an alteration based on the amendment passing? I'll defer to the team on that.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Mackay. We don't believe there is an interconnectedness or link between the 3. But, yeah, thank you.
So you're quite clear that, I mean, you're saying that the first 2 kind of components of this motion would be able to pass, but we would just remove keep parking the way it is currently, And you're fine with, I mean, you believe there's no conflict within that changes to the land use bylaw with the new ones as to the old?
Councillor Mackay, I believe that is the case. By approving the housekeeping and the established neighborhood overlay bundles of amendments without the parking, I don't believe there would be inadvertent ramifications. There would be multiple sections of the land use bylaw that we would have to go through. For example, the Midtown District, the proposed parking amendments we were proposing for all of the land use types. We have also recommended they follow suit into the Midtown District. Again, we can clean that up, I think, should that motion pass.
My fear, Mr. Fletcher, would be is we're right back to where we're cleaning up housekeeping issues. Now, that could be fine because we have to keep coming back in September anyways as part of further discussions as it relates to half funding, so.
Yeah, I think again, to say unequivocally 100% is what I'm hearing would take a more fulsome review just to do a once over. The team seems reasonably certain, however, right, that should the amendment pass, it would not implicate the other two sort of broad buckets of changes being the housekeeping amendments and the mature neighborhood overlay.
Thanks, that's my question.
I don't see any other questions or amendments, so
So you just have to
I
accept
think we could just go ahead and I would just accept the motion. Is that right?
And
Accept the
Councillor
motion?
Hughes, we have the motion worded in legislative language, so it's to remove the specific sections in the amending bylaw, all of them that pertain to parking. So the way that this will show up on the screen is not the way you sent it in the email, but it is removing all of the parking sections specifically. And I added the portion as well as any other remaining sections pertaining to parking, just in case I missed some of them. But the understanding is that this would remove all of the changes about parking that are in this bylaw 2/2026, if this amending motion got approved.
Thank you, Marta. I'm going to just read it into the record as she's given it to me now. That bylaw 2/2026 is amended by deleting sections 57, 62, 124, 59, 64, 121, as well as any other remaining sections pertaining to parking.
Thank you. And was there any questions from council before I accept the motion?
Sorry, a question is, so by deleting those sections, doesn't mean we delete them right out of the existing bylaw?
You're
No.
deleting them out of the amending bylaw, so it won't amend anything because you've deleted them out of the amending bylaw. So anything pertaining to parking won't be changed. It's just the legislative language. We need to amend the actual bylaw that is before you, which is an amendment to the land use. So trust me when I say that all we're doing is keeping the parking all the same if this motion is approved.
This is a lawyer saying, trust me. Yeah, I trust you.
So you say, I accept the motion. Go with debate. That's what, I'm just saying what you would say.
Yeah.
Chair.
Okay, so I accept the motion and we will go to debate.
Thank you. So the reality we have is that because the housing costs have gone up so much in the past couple decades, that people are actually, there's more people living per household and longer than before. That's just the reality. Kids are not moving out of homes as quickly. 40 years ago, the time you hit 21, you're basically on your own. And then 20 years ago, it's about 25. And now it's actually looking at 30. So what we're looking at is that and just now to be able to afford a home, even if it's an apartment, you often have to have a roommate to help you pay for it because the costs are such high. 25 years ago, you could have bought a home, full-on home, 2-story for $200,000. Now you can't even get an apartment in many cases for $200,000, plus condo fees, which have more than doubled. So the costs of that have actually created a situation where more and more adults have to live in homes together where they would not have had to before. The reality of that is that because these adults who are not destitute, they are working, some are making 50, 60, 80,000 a year, but still cannot afford a home on their own, have cars, and they need them to go to work. to be productive members of society and be able to get those higher income to try to hopefully one day be able to afford a home. But what that actually means is that our parking requirements should not be going down. If anything, they should be going up to recognize the reality that more people are going to be living in a home where before you'd only need 2 cars, and now you could have 3 grown adults living in the home requiring 5 cars. And what we're suggesting here under the name of affordability is that we reduce those requirements more instead of acknowledging the fact that we actually need to increase them because the number of cars required per household is probably going to go up, not go down. I know it's a strange thing to think about, but that's the reality, is that we are not actually, through any of the measures that we've taken in the past 10 plus years, actually reduced the housing costs. I've looked at everything they've done in Edmonton. They haven't reduced the housing costs. They've continued to climb. Everything in St. Albert, their housing costs have continued to climb. No matter what we do, the housing costs continue to climb. But what we have been doing for the past 15 years is we've been reducing the standard of living for people, and then that becomes the new base for 200 or 400 or 500,000. But what it doesn't actually do is make the housing cheaper. If you look at Garneau, Garneau has been putting in tons of these lots. So they've now been putting in 4-plexes, 6-plexes, 8-plexes. The prices of the unit in an 8-plex exceeded the price they used to purchase the land to begin with. So when we look at this, you're saying, okay, these people are moving into these homes. They're more expensive than before. And yet we're somehow thinking that 1 car, 1 income would be able to sustain the needs of that household. And so if we fail to acknowledge the fact that we actually need to have at least the same parking as before, and that just because you're an apartment does not mean that you now can afford a single family or do it on single income, because apartments are 2 to 3 to 400,000. Condo fees are $500 plus. When you acknowledge that and you realize that this person's probably going to need a second person to pay for that mortgage or pay for that rent, that means that person's also going to come with a car. And we're telling people that we actually don't require cars to the same extent. It's actually conflicting information. The challenge, I think, in general in the community in Alberta was that we were slow to have the prices of houses increase compared to other municipalities. So when we look at like what happened in Vancouver, and their prices have gone way up, and they've done so many mortgage helpers, as they call it, and they've done other things of that nature. And so maybe they can see the effects of having all the extra density per household. Forget about building more households, just more density per household. But we have to acknowledge the fact that as these prices have come up, and they really have not come down, that the realities of who's living in them and how long they're living in them and whether or not they're going to need a car to be able to get to work, it needs to be acknowledged. And when you look at the peak numbers just for the apartments, for example, at peak time, you basically still do need an average 1 per unit minimum. And so reducing it by 0.9 seems minor, but what that means is if you have a 100-unit complex, there's 9 more people that are now going to be looking for parking on the street. And then those people are going to be competing with the single-family homes that are outside that complex. Because just because you have a single-family home does not mean you're not also using the street parking. If you look around, you're going to see cars parked all over the streets in any of our neighborhoods, regardless if they had 2 parking stalls or 4 parking stalls in their property, they often will still be using the street. So now we have limited street parking, especially in new neighborhoods, because of just the routes keep getting narrower and narrower. We have higher costs, and we have more and more people that are going to be using that very limited amount of street parking, which is substantially less than what we had before. So when I look at this, I'm looking at it and saying, I don't think that these are actually necessary. I don't think that they're, quite frankly, justified. I think there's going to be consequences to it that, first of all, aren't going to reduce the parking costs or the overall housing costs. And if it is, it's minor at best. But the consequences of not being able to have a parking stall for your spouse or your roommate or your significant other, for your adult child who can't afford to live on their own, and now they're going forward and then everyone starts fighting for the parking. We're seeing that happen in Edmonton, not even in the extreme cases, as they've controlled the density, and it causes stress. And the thing that we have with St. Albert, the reason why people like to live here is because they believe, and rightfully so, that they're going to be living in a less stressful environment where they don't have to worry about their children, they don't have to worry about safety, and they can afford to be able to enjoy their homes. But a huge stressor is if you don't have enough parking, if you just don't know where to put your car. If you have to park 3 blocks away to be able to get to your home and it's the middle of winter and you can't plug it in because it's not on your street, it's not even near your street, you've caused a huge stressor for that person, not knowing if their car is even going to start in a deep freeze. I look at how my husband has a friend he knows. He lives over in Spruce Grove, and they have the constant 4-row fourplexes, and they don't have enough parking. And what's happened in the fourplexes is that they have the garage in the back, and the garage goes right onto the back lane, but there's no driveway, right? You've seen it, there's no driveway. And so as a result, there's nowhere to put that snow. I know I mentioned it last week about the snow. And so it becomes a huge floodscape, and they can't now get into their garages. So all of that back parking now isn't even available to them, and they're all now needing to use the street. As a result, he's walking 10 minutes to be able to find a parking stall, and he has parking, but because of the back lanes and the density, the consequence is no one can use it for the next 2 months. So when I look at all of this type of thing and we think it's just parking, it's not just parking. A car is essential for getting around. We do not have transit that facilitates it to the level where you can just say, I could just use transit and get to where I want to go. And we need to acknowledge that. We have transit that's really good for commuting. It's not great for getting around St. Albert. So the reality is that if you're in a suburb, you need to have parking. And I don't think that the regulations to move these down are going to create higher quality of living. And I also think it's doubtful it's going to really dramatically or even noticeably change the cost of the housing, both in rental, because rental is just based on market, or even to purchase. Now, I know I mentioned about the price of the units, the parking, and I want to clarify this. You want to say it's during debate? We'll do it during debate. If it is $10,000 a parking stall and it's surface parking and you remove 10 stalls, you've reduced the price by $100,000. That was on a 100-unit complex. So if it's $100,000, it's 100 units. If we remove that second parking stall out of that surface parking, we've reduced that parking, the cost for that unit by $1,000. Would you rather have the ability to have your spouse have a parking stall next to yours that you could plug in? Or would you rather say we're reducing that housing costs by $1,000, which may or may not even materialize? And the consequences of that are serious to the quality of life. So that is why I'm suggesting we do not move forward on the parking situations. We just simply say, you know what, we actually made some pretty dramatic changes to the parking last year. Most communities are allowing 2 or more stalls if they have 2 or more bedrooms. We aren't even allowing that as our minimums. We've dropped it way below many of the other communities for their minimums. I think that having 1 for every apartment stall is not excessive. I think that the other rationales we have are not necessary. And I don't want to make changes just to say we've made changes to satisfy a requirement that the federal government seems to be implying needs to happen. Because the consequences of making those changes are significant to whoever happens to live there. And quite frankly, when we've now named affordable housing, and we've put it forward as if affordable housing is 200 or 10% below market value, these are people that have debt loads that us as older people were buying full-size homes for, and they're going house poor to purchase this. And the least that we can do is give them a quality of living where they appreciate being able to live here. And cutting this down 1 slice at a time, all we're doing is reducing what they're getting for the same amount of money. I would love to have it be different, but we've now watched it happen for well over a decade and a half. The quality goes down for what they get. They get less parking, they get less living space, but they do not necessarily get a lower price. So that's my challenge with this today. So Council, I realize it seems dramatic, but quite frankly, I think that continuing to shave it off by just ever so much every year is also dramatic. And before you know it, there's no pie left. And I think that we should acknowledge the fact that people who have affordable housing are not lesser people. They have the same needs as everybody else. They have the same number of friends. They actually may have their parents come by more frequently, not less. They will still have spouses, and they will still need to be able to go to and from work. And to do that, they need to be able to park their vehicle. So that is what I would love to see, is just, let's go back and say thank you for everything you've done to administration. I understand the intent behind what you were trying to achieve. I understand that we put you on this path for this HAF, and you're trying to figure out how to find affordable housing to meet those requirements. And I appreciate that. But I don't think that this is the way that we want to achieve it, would be how I would respond. There's other ways to be able to get there without compromising parking standards further than what we've already done in the past. And there's, as we've heard as well, that even if we don't do everything here, there's still opportunity to have discussion with the CHMC and see if we want continue to go down this and say, we're not going to do it this way, but we are going to look at other options. And if they choose to cut the funding, so be it. I don't think that we want to say that $1,000 or $4,500 underground spall is enough to compromise and to be worth going down that slippery slope of having somebody else determine the standards for our communities, specifically the federal government. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've heard a lot of comment. I want to commend all of you on all of the work that you've done. And I hear a lot of comment about right-sizing our parking. My concern is we made a change in October of 2024, and we have been through one construction season since that point in time to ultimately see what that might look like with new development, with infill, with anything else that it touched. I don't think it's reasonable to assume that residents, regardless of their level of income, regardless of their household composition, or whether they require affordable living, will not require a vehicle. We are a suburban city, not downtown Edmonton, and certainly not BC, where it's walkable and riding your bike 365 days of the year. Our planning assumptions must reflect that reality. The unintended consequence is that affordable housing may just become functionally inaccessible. Families without vehicles may be unable to live in our community in these developments because transit doesn't exist or it's inadequate for their needs, while their families with vehicles may be unable to live there because at the end of the day, there's nowhere to park. Offloading parking demand on surrounding streets is not an answer, in my opinion. Increased on-street parking affects emergency access. It affects snow clearing, traffic flow, and neighborhood livability. Our own study was done over 4 days in the same month on the crest of families leaving on vacation at the same time each day, including evenings. I don't believe this reflects true usage patterns. It doesn't capture the seasonal variations. It doesn't change with household compositions or special events, or the future demand that our communities may see. And in closing, I will concur with everything that Councillor Hughes has expressed. And table 14 of our parking study exemplifies why usage remains. And we need to address that. And we need to be cognizant of our residents and their needs. Yes, affordable housing is important, but so are all the associated aspects of it. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Kortash.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess specifically to the motion that's on the table, this is to remove all of the parking requirements. And so that's not something that I'm supportive of. I do have concerns about parking for sure. I just think that kind of the omnibus remove all the parking changes doesn't do it for me, because I think there's some in here that are perfectly reasonable. And so I'd prefer to take a look at them individually rather than remove all of them. Some of them are based on data, and there's been a lot of hypothetical situations thrown around here about what ifs and what could be in 2024 changes. And like, it's just that the fact remains, I think the most important data for me is the numbers that we actually collected and the data that show that 0.87 stalls per dwelling unit are being utilized. And so just based on the data, based on the evidence,
we're not using the parking, the multifamily developments are not using the parking stalls that that they have available, notwithstanding the 71% and less of the parking lots that are being used. I realized that was when the parking requirements were higher, but just today, but like today being in terms of what's actually being used, it's less than one stall per dwelling unit. And so just right sizing is exactly what this is. And I think some of those changes are perfectly reasonable. There's also reasonable changes for parking. For example, the triplexes that are currently allowed with 8 parking stalls as opposed to 4, whereas the same number of dwelling units on the same site achieved through different means, through either a duplex or a basement suites or garage suites, have a reduced amount of parking anyway. So changes like that, there's some parking changes in here that make sense, that are based on data, that are based on evidence. And so to unilaterally kind of throw out all of the parking changes, I don't think is the right approach. And I'd welcome the opportunity to look at them on a more case by case basis. I also, with respect to the Housing Accelerator Fund funding, to me, that's kind of neither here nor there. We need to do what's right for the city, not just based on what kind of funding we're going to receive. However, it does beg the question about affordability. If this is about affordability and providing housing choices in our community, what are we prepared to do and what steps are we prepared to take in order to try and move that needle? And to simply say, well, we're going to set the parking regulations, and if that prices people out of St. Albert, we have too much parking, I guess some people just can't afford to live here. Like, to me, that's not very inclusive and not the kind of community we want to be creating. So I think moving in a direction where we do enable less expensive developments, more choice in some of the parking requirements in infill and established neighborhoods, I think is a move in the right direction. And probably, like I said, in some of these cases, pretty well balanced. We have sure demographic trends, but people that are owning fewer vehicles than they used to, or people aren't owning vehicles as much as they used to, or just because there's 90 parking stalls for a 100-unit apartment doesn't mean that 9 people are going to be parking on the street as some have suggested. There's people in those buildings that don't have vehicles. There's people that aren't there, that you don't have everyone in that building there at the same time. So there's a lot of reasons why a 100-unit building doesn't need 100 stalls based on the data that we've seen. So anyway, I think we should look at these individually rather than just throwing them all out. There's lots of opportunity for changes and to move the needle on some affordability and infill issues in our community.
Thank you. We'll go over to Councillor Biermanski.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank administration for working to compile data that would help us today. I will agree with Councillor Hughes' amendment in that a lot of the data that was presented today, although appreciate it, you're trying to gather data where you can. 2017 data for the city of Edmonton is 10 years outdated. The 6 to 9, accumulation of people coming and going, but we don't take into account that so many people work shift work now. A lot of those retail people would be getting home at 9 p.m. You're looking at the type of jobs that they're working different hours than the average 8 to 5 citizen. And so I would have liked perhaps to have that, that counter there 24 hours, just counting and seeing what's really going on, and actually having the data from those buildings that already have reduced parking. So again, at this point in time, from what I'm seeing from the evidence that we received today, different cities, different hours, not accounting for population growth, not accounting for the lower density places that have less parking already. I would like to see more clear data in the future and make a concern at that point in time if need be. But right now I'm not sold, and I don't hear from anyone in St. Albert. All I hear is we don't have enough parking. I never hear we have too much parking. So I feel I'm here to, work for those citizens and keep things the way I've been asked from the citizens at this time. So I do agree with this amendment. Thank you.
I'd like to offer my input now before because there's no other speakers currently at the moment, but what I feel like like you're mentioning, like we've definitely heard different things because I know in my world, I have 4 adult sons, and out of the 4, 2 drive and only 1 very reluctantly drove because I was tired of driving him around and sort of forced him to get his license. So out of 4, 1 was anxious to get his license, 1 was pushed to, and 2 just do not care. They take transit or they Uber everywhere they go, and they are very happy with that. And one of my sons commutes into Edmonton daily through transit. So also where my one son lived with 2 here in St. Albert, lived with 2 roommates in an apartment, and not one of them drove. So that's just another interesting little tidbit. Also, like just my mom and her little like friend group that she has, they're in their mid-60s. And none of them drive. So I think I just have a different, I have a different perspective of that. I think the direction that our next generation is going to not be, they can't afford insurance. I had to push my one son to get his license, and he didn't want to pay for insurance. So, and they just aren't seeming like they want to drive as much. So so I guess my experience is just different. And I think that when we're looking at the future, and if we do face that, we're like, okay, there's, we're not having enough, like, I think transit needs to step up. So that's where I think we should be putting our focus, where we need to have transit needs to be more accessible. It needs to be easier to get to. My one son takes transit every single day, and certain days of the week, he has to walk a little bit too far, which I think that needs to be fixed. But yeah, so I won't be supporting the amendment, just because I feel like that's our younger generation that's coming up, and even our older generation, in my experience and from what I have heard, is not having an issue with parking currently. I think I will go over to Mayor Olivieri online, I think has a question, or sorry, a comment.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Patrick. I appreciate it. I don't have, I guess there's been a very wholesome conversation around this, as well as I appreciate all the information put forward by administration. I think before we look at reducing parking, I think there needs to be kind of a more holistic approach to how we are going to manage the consequences or benefits of doing that. You brought up transit access. I think if we're going to try to push people to use public transit, we need to make sure it's accessible at the times that people need it. Speaking from personal experience, I used public transit when I was in university, but I drove to the bus station. So to ensure, because there wasn't, accessible, or wasn't from a time perspective feasible to continually connect to get to the transit stations. I see a trend in St. Albert where kids are driving a lot more, whether it's to their jobs or to school. So I think if we're reducing that, and you're looking at more multifamily projects, I think you need to have parking that's adequately sufficient to support the volume of individuals. I'm not saying that not amending it is the right way or the wrong way. I just think that before we make a wholesome change to reduce it, we need some more data to support it, because to Councillor Clark's point too, we're not a major urban center where there's LRT access, or you're typically within walking distance of where you're working. So before we look at reducing parking, I think we need to ensure that we have the data to support it, as well as the means to support the individuals that may then look to use our public transit system more exclusively. So I support the amendment put forward at this time, and I think it will give us an opportunity to really look into it to see if there's any future changes that we need to make.
Thank you, Mayor Olivieri. I don't see any other questions. Councillor Hughes, do you have any closing remarks?
Yes, and thank you. I will try to be. I just wanted to comment on a couple of things that came forward here. So The consequences of not recognizing the actual need of parking, we've actually witnessed in St. Albert Trail. We have an office building that it was not approved by administration in their defense. It was approved by subdivision appeal board 16 years ago to allow significantly reduced parking. And as a result, it's been vacant for 16 years and trying to figure out how they can fit it in there. So, you know, there are consequences of when, as it was mentioned before, at some point it makes it where it's just not desirable to move and live there. Something else to be aware of is that Maple Ridge, which has significantly less parking, still has one parking space for one bedroom and has additional 0.1 space for 2 bedrooms. We're already less than Maple Ridge in apartments compared to them, and they were pretty dramatic. Strathcona allows 1.5 spaces for 2 bedrooms, 2 spaces for 3 bedrooms. They're doing the same standards of 1 for 7 dwelling units for visitors. What we're maintaining is not dramatic. It's actually still less than many in the community. And if nothing else, it certainly is not exceeding what anyone else in the region is doing. The other thing to be aware of is perhaps we don't know people who are driving, like we say, oh, my 20-year-old isn't driving. Okay, but will he be driving when he's 35 when he has kids? Will he be driving when he's 45 when he has to go to work? Because the average in St. Albert is well over 2 cars per household. And that's just the average. It's not, and even in Edmonton, the average is over 1.5 per household. So to bring these down here and say, okay, well, you know, you're buying a house for 300,000 or a townhome for 300,000 plus condo fees, you clearly only need 1 vehicle. And if you don't need it, you can fight for the street parking with someone else. I just don't think that's a statement that I'd like to be making myself. So this is, maintaining it is not dramatic. Continuing to move it down, in my opinion, is much more dramatic. And just to clarify about the data, we had a 3-hour standard over a very short period of time, not even 24 hours a day, to say that all the stalls were not being used. That doesn't mean that all the stalls were not used that day. It just means that all the stalls in a snapshot were not being used at the same time. It's very possible that every single person in that complex they measured actually did come and park, and then some came and left. But every one of those stalls actually got used, just not all at the same time. So showing me that you have a 0.7 or a 0.8 actually doesn't tell me that every stall is not required per unit. It just tells me that not everybody in the complex thought that they'd stay at home at exactly the same time. So this is not actually justification to reduce the standards per unit. All it simply tells us is that people who live in complexes go in and out of them. And sometimes they're home a lot and sometimes they're not. But I can tell you that if you go and drive, and in summer you can't do this, but if you go and drive inside an apartment complex today and just go and look in the parking lot, how many of them don't have tire tracks in the parking lots, in the parking stalls? Then they weren't used. And if you look at them, every single one of them has the parking stall, has a tire track going through it, which means that in the past 2 to 3 days prior to that when it snowed, since that time, a car has come in, parked, and left. It's not half of them have white snow in pristine condition. All of them were used at some point, which means that there was a purpose and a meaning for every single one of them. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, so we will call for vote. And that vote passes with Councillor Mackay, Kortash, and myself against. And so if I am correct, we now will make a motion for unanimous consent for 3rd reading, or
no.
we at second? Oh, we have to go back to second?
And we just say as amended now.
Okay, sorry about that.
No, it's.
So can I please get someone to make the motion for the amended 2nd reading of bylaw? Oh, is it up?
I just want to
We're
make sure
just going
that
to throw it in.
it'll still be my motion.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yes.
it's still my motion.
Okay, thank
But
you.
I just have to tweak. Is that good to go now then? Yeah. Okay, that bylaw 2/2026 be read a second time as amended.
And we'll call for the vote. And that vote passes with everyone in favor. And now we will, can I get, please get someone to make the motion for unanimous consent for 3rd reading? Counselor Cortash?
One here. Oh, where'd it go? Okay, there it is. Sorry, I moved from the progress to the on the floor. That unanimous consent be given for consideration of third reading of bylaw 2/2026.
Thank you. We'll call for the vote. And that vote passes with all in favor. So I guess we'll go ahead for the third reading. So can I please get someone to make a motion for the third reading?
I'll keep on going.
Okay.
That bylaw 2/2026 be read a third time, and I do have comments.
Okay, so thank you. I accept that motion. And let's see. Okay. You go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Madam Chair. You're doing a fantastic job, by the way. I just want to make sure we put that out on the
Thank you.
record. I think you're doing a fantastic job. And I also want to extend that to the rest of administration for this. This has been a really long day. And you thought we were just tweaking a few things. But I really appreciate all the hard work and effort that you guys have put in and all of your responses to some of the questions, all of the questions that have come out. Sorry, I should be clear. Really what we're talking about here is just making this bylaw around doing some clarity, fairness, and affordability changes. I mean, it's just really, you know, the housekeeping items that we've talked about, they're really just very straightforward. They clean up some of the omissions and inconsistencies that we discovered when we move forward on the 2024 bylaw. And they certainly will improve our transparency and make our bylaw easier for residents and more importantly, and just as importantly, staff to interpret. You know, the established neighborhood overlay, thank you very much. Lots of good questions as it related to that. I mean, this is a 20-year-old document. Now in my lifespan, that's 5 minutes. But for a lot of us, it just no longer reflects some of the kind of the new modern concepts that are out there and how people renovate or what types of buildings and homes they're looking for. And so it's really, really important when we get the information out that to residents to understand that, you know, we're not adding anything, no new uses are being added, maximum density isn't increasing, but they're just kind of necessary to reduce some of the complexity and level the playing field so that we've discovered where, you know, we're not penalizing the first person to develop in one of these areas. So what I really appreciate around this is it strikes a balance between respecting established neighborhood character and allowing the practical and modern renovations. So I'm happy that we got through this very long day. And I think, you know, this is will certainly support all of our goals. Particularly, it'll continue on the road that we have with housing accelerator funding. And it'll also, you know, it touches a little bit on some of the affordability issues we're seeing and some of the housing choices that maybe aren't available to us now. And kind of the responsible development that I think is necessary for our community. So again, thank you very much to administration.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. I will go over for questions to Councillor Hughes.
I'm just going to debate. That's
I'm
okay.
sorry.
It's okay.
Debate.
You're doing great. Don't worry about it. Okay. First of all, I realize this was a difficult day as for people sitting down here in administration having to answer these questions. And so I appreciate the fact that we had to have pretty long dialogue. All of us did, not just me and you guys. I also just want to and I understand, like I said, I understood the intention before with the previous motion. I also just want to clarify when we vote for this or we finish this off one way or the other today, is that when they talked about how many additional homes or how much more affordable housing would be created, us removing the parking actually removed 0 projected. So as far as meeting the demands go for what we needed to achieve to meet the requirements for the moving to the next phase, approving the rest of it would still meet those requirements. So in case there was any question about that, I just remember seeing it was 0 additional units from the parking. It might achieve other things, but as far as additional units goes. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, you know, it's been a long day and there's been a lot of work, I think, by administration to try to figure out how to meet the requirements of the AHF grant. I'm not even sure at the end of the day if this was a grant that I would have actually agreed to had I known all of the stipulations that they're coming forward with it and the challenges that we have to face with it. But we're still in it for now, I guess, and we'll see how it goes. And thank you guys for everything you tried to do today and what has been achieved. And I think that the overlay will be the biggest opportunity to actually, if you're trying to increase infill, the overlay would be the biggest change to what will happen to allow increased infill housing to occur. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Did we have anyone else that wanted to enter on debate? Before we go to closing, did you have anything you wanted to say for closing, Councillor McKay?
No, next time I'll read more on livestock, though. I missed that piece.
Okay, so with that, I will call for the vote on the third reading of bylaw 2/2026. And that vote passes unanimously. Okay. I feel like I should clap after that day. Okay, so now if I'm correct, we've done civic and external agencies, and did we need a break, like a quick 5-minute break? Are we good, or you want to keep going? We want to keep going? Okay. So we're going to move on to council motions. Is that correct? Yeah. And so I think we just have Councillor. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Mayor Olivieri?
Yeah, thanks. Sorry to interrupt. And I would echo Councillor McKay's comments. You're doing a fantastic job in the chair today. So thank you for handling this so well. Just a question for Marta, I guess. I'm under a bit of a time pressure here to head to Vancouver. So what is the protocol? Would you like me to call in or before they evict me here from my hotel room?
You're able to leave the meeting as necessary, and we can note it in the minutes. If you like to call in, you're able to do that if you like to. You attended the public hearing and voted on the public hearing. So if you're at the meeting, you'll be required to vote, but it's not a requirement to be at the meeting either for the entirety of the meeting. So it's entirely up to you.
Okay, if I am able to dial back in while we're on the road, I will certainly do that. But if not, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I just wanted to make sure we're clear on that. Okay, thank you. I will, if I don't see everybody, thank you very much for your time. And again, thank you to administration for all the work today. It's been a long day, and I know it's a lot of work that goes into this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Olivieri. I'm going to head over to Councillor Hughes. Can I please get you to read in your notice of motion?
Yeah, before I do, Madam Chair, I just wanted to ask a question, whether I'm doing the alternative or not. So the one thing, for the 150,000, I'm just not a small chunk of change, Mr. Fletcher. So I'm just not quite sure why it's 150. Like, it just says the first phase being 100,000 feasibility study. So, and I think that other people on council may also be wondering, like, what are we getting for that money?
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor. I think it's up to $150,000. As per normal, we will never seek to expend the entire envelope if we don't have to. Right, and the $100,000 estimate came from the previous iteration where we were looking at going into the feasibility study. And so our recommendation is, for all the points I think you've sort of highlighted in your notice of motion, let's look at the land, let's look at the location, let's look at partnerships, all those bits and pieces. We would rather do our homework and then bring it in for a capital plan inclusion once we're at that point. So that's the construct that will take a little bit of external assistance, right, to help us navigate that with fire in particular and strategic services. And so that's the crux of the issue. That's what we're buying with that money.
So if I hear you correctly, had it gone forward in 22, this would have also been the first step, correct?
That's correct.
So by doing this, we're not committing ourselves to anything. We're just doing the first step and then checking it out.
We would like to do all our homework and then come with a fulsome recommendation. That's correct.
Okay. And the timeline that you think will take about a year, do you think, or how long are you estimating? We don't have a deadline in there. I'm not going to put one, but I'm just trying to, for everybody at home that's been watching diligently for this motion to come forward, how long do you think it'll take to get the answer?
I actually don't have an
Okay.
answer for you on that particular front, except to say we'd try and do it as quickly as we possibly could. So
Okay. Would it be fair to assume around the 12-month-ish mark?
I think that's probably a safe assumption, right? I do not believe, in fairness, that we'd have all our analysis done prior to the budget this fall. And so we wouldn't wait for budget 27 equally. We'd bring it when complete, an off-cycle discussion for capital plan inclusion sometime likely Q2, Q3 next year, somewhere in there is my estimation.
So, and I know it said that if we said no and did my original motion, that it would be, like you said, you'll try to do it in-house. But I'm just assuming that you just would have a difficult time achieving the same level of in-depthness with all of everything else.
That's exactly right, Councillor.
Okay, I'll bring forward the alternative motion then. So, Renee, that administration be approved to spend up to 150,000 from the stabilization reserve to complete and present a feasibility study to council for further direction related to potential facility locations, capital operating costs, revenue, as well as regional partnership opportunities for the construction and operation of a live fire training facility.
Thank you. Before I accept that motion, are there any questions of administration or Councillor Hughes related? No? Councillor Cortash?
Thank you. Yeah, a couple of questions. Maybe you could, either Councillor Hughes or through to Mr. Fletcher, implications of taking this from the stabilization reserve. Just want to make sure I understand what that means. Where does that money go otherwise? There's no tax implications to this, but what?
Yeah, the Director of Finance can respond.
Sure.
So thanks through to Councillor Cortash. I'd have to find out what the balance is, the uncommitted balance. I believe it's around 8 or 9 million. That's where surplus funds are balanced, but it is for emergent one-time funding requests, but of course, like you stated, no tax impact.
Right, unless, and I'm not intimately familiar yet with the stabilization reserve policy, but if it hits a ceiling, if there's so much in it, does it eventually end up, offsetting taxes to some degree? Like what happens once we reach, if it's not, it's got to impact taxes at some point.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor Cortash. So there is a minimum balance and then a maximum that we identify, and we communicate usually through year end when we do their balance of surplus transfer. There is a gross stabilization reserve, which we will say if the projected tax rate, where when we're going through the next year's budget is to, I believe now I'd have to say, I think we adjusted it to a 3.5, or we had to request it up. I'd have to double check that. But there is a minimum balance of if the projected tax rate is going above that, that we would use that reserve to offset and reduce the projected tax increase.
Okay. My first, thank you for that. My first thought when I saw this was, ultimately, and it's in the backgrounder, that this wouldn't be something that we would do on our own. We would be looking at other partnerships. Maybe, we don't know what'll come back, but I guess my question would be on the $150,000. Would this be typical that one municipality would kind of do the feasibility study and as part of that go out to the other municipalities? Or is this something that we can put on the agenda for regional collaboration talks and share the cost of the feasibility study and say, each ourselves and surrounding municipalities, yeah, we identify this as a need. Let's all pitch in a proportional share and do a feasibility study together? Or is that not something that typically happens?
That discussion could be had. It's going to significantly extend the timelines, right? As you start orienting and trying to figure out who wants to be in and who doesn't. I guess the question is if there's a need, again, I would defer to Councillor Hughes making the motion, right, at the end of the day. So yeah, it could be done, right? But again, this will extend the timelines in terms of trying to bring that coalition of the willing together, if you forgive the term, right? And figure out what that could look like. Now, part of the study will include partnership opportunities, right? Both from potential capital or even simply a use perspective. We'll examine those part and parcel of it, but that doesn't get after the crux of your question.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any more questions, so
I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's a question of my own
You
motion.
should just put that.
It's okay. You're doing great, guys. So the one question I have is, I'm just trying to get to we're currently using the City of Edmonton facilities, correct? But my understanding is that the city of Edmonton facilities are reaching capacity just to meet their own needs, and that the ability to use them going forward is not as certain. Would that be fair?
I would actually ask our fire chief, who's online, to comment on that.
Thank you, through the chair, to Councillor Hughes. So we had an agreement with the city of Edmonton to use their facility. That agreement ended December 31st, but we have confirmed with the city of Edmonton that they are still going to allow us to use their facility moving forward. That being said, we are not the priority. They obviously set their schedules ahead of time and then indicate to us what's left and what's available in terms of timelines to use their facility. So there's never any guarantees, but moving forward, certainly in 2026, we'll be able to use the Edmonton facility. I hope that answers your question.
First of all, thank you and welcome to St. Albert. We haven't met before, so welcome. It does sort of. So they said we can use it moving forward. Did they say like we will let you use it for 2026, or is it like we'll let you, because you said we had a contract that's expired. So did we sign another contract, or is it sort of like we know this year, but we don't necessarily know 2 or 3 years in advance right now?
Thank you for the question. So there's no certainty moving forward. We had an agreement. The city of Edmonton has indicated that it's now going to be day use fee as opposed to a long-term agreement. So there's no guarantee moving forward.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go over to Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Fletcher, how often would our fire services require a training center? Like, do they use it once a month, once a week, once every 6 months?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I'll ask Chief Lemieux to jump back up and respond to that operational question. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And I'm relatively new to St. Albert. So what I will tell you is every platoon needs to do live fire training every year. So I can't tell you exactly the number of days, but we have 4 platoons that need to go through that process. So it's several days a year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I don't see any more questions. So we will, I will accept that motion from Councillor Hughes and we will enter on debate. So if there was anybody. Oh, no, sorry. You get to do your opening remarks.
I get to do opening remarks. You're doing
Yes.
great. Okay. So I didn't know this may seem just kind of like came out of nowhere, but when I realized that we didn't have the contract that was solid, I thought we need to start looking at what alternatives are. And the reality is that I think that there is a market for this, and it's not cheap to rent one of these facilities. And as you heard, every single platoon, not only in St. Albert, but everybody who has a platoon has to do annual training so that they're prepared, which makes sense. But at the same time, it also has a potential gap in the market that we might be able to fill. I don't know, though. I'm not presupposing that this is going to come up with numbers that we like or don't like. I literally do not know. But what I would love to have is just a really thorough look at where we can have it, how much it's going to cost to build it for realistic. There's different levels of a training facility, from what I understand as well. So again, is it going to be small, medium, high? And what will be the market demand for each one of them? And what could we charge for each one of them? So I think that that's something I just really like to really understand is what is potential revenue? And then again, what will we save? Because we're not going to have all of the guys go out to Edmonton or Vermilion or wherever it is and pay for that overtime. We might be able to schedule it back into our own training facilities that having to pay all that extra money. So there's a potential here for savings on that. And then looking at it, saying this is what the cost will be for the debt. And then this is how much it'll cost to service the debt. This is how much it'll cost for the operating. And then come back to that bottom number and see if it's something we want to do. And I wanted to do that with the expectation that if there's an opportunity to fill that costs with revenue, that we do it. The challenge that I saw in 2022 was that, first of all, 2022 is a totally different time than it is today. But when this was brought forward, it mentioned that there's an opportunity for revenue, but it didn't provide specifics. And so that's what I'm looking for is what are the real specifics as opposed to saying we could make 30,000 a year. That doesn't tell me anything, quite frankly, as opposed to like, here's our real costs. Here's who we've talked to that said that they're definitely interested in using our facility. So we have some kind of understanding of what's a realistic revenue expectation. Maybe nobody wants it, but if they do want it, I want to know about it and get those partnerships put together. Are there opportunities for partnerships? Yes. And to Councillor Cortash, I understand you're like, let's try to figure out the partnerships first. We could, but we'll get nowhere. At some point, one municipality has to spearhead it and say, look, we're going to initiate this. Who wants to get on board? But if we wait to say, if we talk to Sturgeon County and say, do you want to get on board? And they go, okay, well, we'll think about it. And then we'll bring it back to a council and then we'll bring it back here. And then maybe we'll put some money into it. And then you do this over and over again. This discussion is going to take 12, 18, 24 months before it even gets off the ground. So by us starting it, it's our decision, it's our initiation. And then if there are opportunities that make sense, we can then bring in those partners at that time. As far as the tax rate goes, Councillor Cortash, I understand you're concerned about that as well. I just want to address all of your concerns if possible. Yeah, of course. So the stabilization reserve is specifically used for one-time unexpected expenditures where it was not already in the budget process. We could have taken this out of the capital budget, but we do have over $9 million sitting in the stabilization reserve. It's also likely that we'll be having more coming in from the surplus in just a couple of weeks from now. So we have the money in there. If we don't spend the money in the stabilization reserve, it just sits there, waiting for an opportunity for when it needs to be used. It's sort of like an emergency fund. So if they came and said to us, a fire truck is broken down, we need to buy a new fire truck, we don't have the money for it, it would come out of that fund. So it's sort of, these are things where it's not specifically in the budget and it's also unexpected from the budget. So they say we can take it from there. The taxes will never be taken out of the stabilization fund. It is simply used for one-off purchases. And so that is what this would allow. The other opportunity would have been, we just simply take it out of, like I said, the capital fund and not the stabilization fund. Either way, it would not have directly impacted the taxes one way or the other. So I just think this is an opportunity. I felt the 2022 project charter wasn't strong enough at the time of, and then we dismissed it. There's a lot of other issues just related to where the time was the day. And I think that just at least looking at this and having a thorough look will give us the opportunity to decide if it actually is worth going forward with. And considering that Edmonton is now growing to the point where they can't even guarantee us the ability to use their facility, that now puts us into a situation of now where do we go if they actually said no to us 1 year? And so this is just about being proactive and seeing if a solution is actually homegrown or not. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. So as we enter into debate, I'll go over to Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to support this motion. I think that it's incumbent upon all of us to support our emergency services as we grow to 100,000 and beyond. As Councillor Hughes has reflected, we have no guarantee that we're ultimately going to be able to utilize the Edmonton facility. It's incumbent upon us to make sure that we have in-house live fire training. We're going to expand one more fire hall, and I think that we need to at least take a look at what this is going to entail to be able to put this within our own boundaries. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move over to Councillor Cortash.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I was a little bit apprehensive about this only because taxes are not, it's still a lot of money and want to make sure we're spending it wisely. I think based on the very limited that I know about this facility, it doesn't work just as a St. Albert facility. We obviously either have to rent it out or, so it would be collaborative. And I know we're not going to set the terms of reference for the $150,000 study here today. But I'm a little concerned that I completely understand somebody needs to take the lead, needs to run with it. Okay, we're going to do that. We're going to spend the $150,000 to do it. I just don't want it to be pigeonholed as like, oh, this is St. Albert's facility. I think there's a real opportunity to have a collaborative approach here with other municipalities. And again, jumping ahead a few steps, but there's nothing saying we have to front end this thing. This could be a multi-party, front ending this and building it and finding the site. Doesn't even necessarily have to be in our community. So I just hate for it to kind of be perceived like, oh, that's their project, right? And so I think there's an opportunity for regional collaboration. And I hope that as we proceed down this path, which it sounds like we will, that there's really a focus on that regional framework here.
Okay. You're done. Okay, thank you, Councillor Cortash. And I don't see any other questions, so we'll go back to Councillor Hughes for closing.
You're doing a great job, by the way. Like, you know, you've only been at this for 3 months and you're just like, let's do it. So I feel like you had baptism by fire and you did a good job.
Thank you.
So just to close on that, I think that I agree. I would love to see this be a regional project. We meet with Sturgeon County. We have an intermunicipal agreement. We could talk to them. I'll talk to Morinville. There's a potential it won't even be on city land and we could all build on it depending on, again, availability, et cetera. And so when we have those meetings, I think this could definitely be a topic that we discuss about their interest in pursuing it because they also have needs for this. So this is certainly not a St. Albert only solution. And this is definitely about meeting a market need beyond our borders. But at the same time, being able to take advantage of it for our own crews that are continuing to also grow as our city expands. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. We will call for the vote. And that vote passes with everyone in favor. And of course, Mayor Olivieri was not present, so. Okay. And so we'll move on to information requests and notice of motions. And I believe we have a few that need to be read in. I can start with mine. I have a notice of motion to read in. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. So for myself, it's that administration incorporate a water station that will serve both people and dogs into the Lions Park capital project. And we'll go over to Councillor Clark.
And I have an information request to read in. Snow and ice control standards require the city to clear sidewalks and pathways when 2 to 5 centimeters of snow or ice has accumulated. However, the community standards bylaw permits snow accumulation on residential sidewalks adjacent to private property up to 30 centimeters, provided the condition is not deemed dangerous. I ask that you please provide the following information. What is the rationale for the significant difference between the city's snow clearing standard, 2 to 5 centimeters, and the residential standard permitted under the community standards bylaw? What policy objectives were considered when establishing the current residential threshold and the reliance on the definition of a dangerous condition? What snow and ice removal standards apply to residential sidewalks in other municipalities within the Edmonton metropolitan region? For municipalities that require residents to clear sidewalks, what timelines are provided for compliance following a snowfall event? How is dangerous condition interpreted and applied in practice by peace officers, and what guidance is provided to ensure consistent enforcement? Does administration consider the current bylaw sufficiently clear and objective for both residents and enforcement officers? Does the current community standards bylaw support the city's flourish objective of accessibility and comfort, design St. Albert to be accessible and inviting to everyone in all seasons, particularly for residents using mobility aids, strollers, wheelchairs, or scooters? Has administration evaluated whether the lack of a requirement to clear residential sidewalks to pavement creates barriers to year-round pedestrian accessibility? Has administration considered amendments to the community standards bylaw to introduce clearer, measurable snow clearing requirements, e.g. accumulation thresholds or timelines for residential sidewalks to improve consistency, accessibility, and public understanding? Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe Councillor Mackay.
Keeping with the snow manifesto, is there an existing policy or service level that addresses the clearing of snow and ice from our public park, or pardon me, public art at St. Albert Place, either the front and the rear plazas? So i.e. the Stuart Steinhauer exhibit plus the Legacy of Love and Learning and Hide and Seek If not, can administration provide information on what would be the impacts of implementing such a policy or service level?
Okay, thank you. I don't believe there's anything else to read in, and I don't think we have any other announcements. And so before I ask for a motion to move in camera, I just wanted to thank administration for today. I know we had, with the mayor being away, this was a very green counselor being deputy mayor this month. It was a lot of work. So I appreciate everyone's patience and council, all of your input and support today. So thank you very much for that. And with that, can I get a motion to move in camera for the CAO dialogue? Councillor Clark.
The council moving camera to have a confidential dialogue, with the chief administrative officer pursuant to section 29(1)(a) of the Access to Information Act.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I accept the motion and we will call for the vote. And that vote passes unanimously.